Part 42. Tokyo's Most Affectionate. Author, Wodada Shuchu Wujin. Chapter 420. Thank you for hospitality. Suddenly being kissed by her, Kurosawa Hikaru watched her sit back down and couldn't help but said. This kiss is much more delicious than the dishes on the table in front of you. It makes your heart beat faster and leaves you with endless aftertaste. Mikibayo kissed him. He was quite happy at first. When he heard this thank you, he immediately lowered his head in embarrassment. His face was very hot and his ears were red. Kiss behavior is normal between lovers. After all, it is common for two people to be in love and attracted to each other. It's just that kissing in public, in front of others, requires courage. Seeing her nonchalant look, Kurosawa Hikaru shook his head in amusement. It's obviously so powerful when hitting a straight ball, and its power can be called a surefire move, but its defense is very low. Kurosawa Hikaru took the time to ask her out for this lunch. Since he had to hand over the ticket to her, it was not considered a formal date. Not long after, the two of them finished eating and left the restaurant. I'm a little busy today. I have to go to the office later and I'll accompany you later. Kurosawa Hikaru couldn't stay with her for too long because he still had things to do, so he made things clear. Okay, if you have something to do, go and do it. Mikibayo nodded obediently. The two of them walked side by side to the station, as part of a vast sea of people. Senior, I have soaked my feet these past 2 nights. After walking for a while, Mikibayo took the initiative to break the silence. How do you feel? Hearing this, Kurosawa Hikaru looked sideways at her. In fact, he has no habit or experience of foot soaking. He only knows the benefits of foot soaking because of his 2 skills of legwork and massage. Soaking feet can activate blood circulation and heat the collaterals, which has many benefits for the body. Quite comfortable. Mikibayo thought about the experience of the past 2 nights and said. That's good, keep at it. Although it's impossible to cure your leg injury, it can effectively alleviate many problems. Kurosawa originally wanted to ask her what it was like to go skating the next day after soaking her feet, but when she saw that she didn't notice his question, he laughed. Senior, I'm wearing stockings. Having said this, Mikibayo hesitated and then said again. I saw it. Kurosawa Hikaru nodded. He noticed this the first time they met. Although the schoolgirl was wearing silk stockings, not the obvious colors of black stockings or white stockings, and she was wearing a long white dress as always, so there was not much visibility. But every date and meeting, observing your girlfriend's clothes and changes from beginning to end is the basic quality of a boyfriend. Mikibayo realized that he had noticed, opened his mouth, hesitated to speak, and finally gave up and lowered his head. What's going on? What did she want to say? Seeing her hesitant reaction, Kurosawa Hikaru suddenly felt confused. Noticing this strangeness, he began to recall various situations during today's meeting, including the conversation just now. Conversations between people, in most cases, cannot convey their true feelings directly. Because people have various scruples, whether they are reserved, shy, or worried about being rude and offending others. Due to such scruples, many words are said unintentionally. She reminded me just now. Could it be that she wanted to praise and reward her for being obedient? While thinking, Kurosawa Hikaru suddenly thought of a possibility. Guessing the purpose of her drunken reminder, Kurosawa looked at her again. Because Mikibayo was wearing a skirt, she carried a bag with her. She carried it with her right hand alone. Her left hand facing her was free. People's movements, eyes, expressions, and words can actually highlight various thoughts and ideas. The girl's small movements and details, as well as the subtext of their words, are even more intriguing. After reacting, Kurosawa directly stretched out his hand and held her small and tender palm. After holding hands, Mikibayo immediately turned around. So good. Meeting her gaze, Kurosawa Hikaru lowered his head and leaned forward, and whispered. Miki Bayu's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard his compliment, and an unstoppable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Do you really want to compliment me? Seeing her happy look, Kurosawa Hikaru realized that he had guessed correctly and felt relieved. Matters are classified into seriousness, but seriousness is difficult to define and varies from person to person. For the schoolgirl, wearing stockings and soaking her feet were all suggestions from her boyfriend. She changed her daily habits and followed his instructions very seriously. Senior, can I send you a message when I'm missing you? Finally, he was no longer speechless all the way and opened the topic. Miki Bayu looked down at the hands held together, then raised his head and asked. Of course you can. You are my girlfriend. You sent me a message, and I was too late to be happy. Rather, you didn't send me a message from yesterday to just now. I was quite depressed. Are you chasing me? If you get it, you won't cherish it, and you won't miss me at all. Discovering that she was asking about such things, Kurosawa was stunned for a moment, expressing his resentment and dissatisfaction. Last night he went home and checked his phone, but he didn't receive a message from Miki Bayu, which made him very depressed. However, because it was very late, he could only send her good night before going to bed, which was considered a routine matter. I cherish you very much and miss you very much. Actually, I took a lot of photos when I soaked my feet the night before yesterday. I originally wanted to send them to you, but I was worried that they would disturb you. Seeing that he was a little unhappy, Miki Bayu panicked and hurriedly explained. How could she not want her senior? If possible, she would want to be with her senior all the time. It's just that she knew that the senior had several girlfriends and was about to perform, so she was definitely very busy, and she didn't want to cause any trouble to him. I took a lot of photos. What kind of photos are they? After hearing this explanation, Kurosawa Hikaru felt enlightened and asked. Obviously, she doesn't send messages, which is different from Chizuru. Chizuru misses him very much, but she won't tell him, waiting for you to come to me. The schoolgirl misses him very much, but she doesn't dare to tell him for fear of causing trouble to him. In contrast, Xiaoyuki especially likes to send him messages and share her passion. No matter what happens, she will never forget him or think about him. Well. When asked what kind of photo it was, Miki Bayu immediately choked up and his face became a little hot. Are those photos still there? Seeing her shy reaction, Kurosawa's curiosity was immediately aroused. I'm not here. Miki Bayu nodded, and then shook his head. Let me see. Seeing her shy reaction, Kurosawa's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Next time? My photography skills are very poor and the pictures don't look good. Miki Shiraba is not very confident, because she knows very well how good her senior's photography skills are. You can tell by looking at Miss Ichino's Twitter. In contrast, she took selfies with her mobile phone and had never studied photography. Do you know what the 3 elements of photography are? Seeing her lack of confidence, Kurosawa Hikaru suddenly asked. The 3 elements of photography are aperture, shutter, and ISO. The 3 elements of composition are shooting angle, shooting distance, and shooting height. When the topic changed, Miki Bayu was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it, he said seriously. Although she had not studied photography systematically and formally, because she knew that her senior was good at photography and she bought a SLR, she went online to learn a lot about it in her spare time. Wrong. Finding that her answer was quite standard, Kurosawa Hikaru was a little surprised, but shook his head. What are the 3 elements of photography? Miki Bayu was stunned when he heard this and said doubtfully. The 3 elements of photography are beautiful models, and beautiful and cute models. Facing her confused and studious gaze, Kurosawa smiled and explained. This was the first time Miki Bayu heard such an answer, and his head was filled with questions. In short, as long as the model is beautiful and cute, it will look good no matter how you shoot it. Kurosawa Hikaru saw that she didn't understand, so he simply changed it into easy to understand terms. Oh. Miki Bayu nodded with understanding. The next moment, she suddenly reacted, was the senior praising me for being beautiful and cute? You are so beautiful and cute, no matter how you take pictures, you will look good, believe me. Seeing her strange and surprised expression, Kurosawa smiled and said, "Aha." No longer beating around the bush, but a positive recognition, Miki Bayu nodded with secret joy in his heart. Then do you want to see it? The photos I took. Immediately, Miki Bayu regained his confidence and asked with courage. Okay. Kurosawa Hikaru had just raised his curiosity, and he was naturally happy to see her finally opening up. After deciding on the matter, Miki Bayu struggled slightly, took his hand out, opened the small bag and took out the mobile phone. Kurosawa Hikaru's eyes always followed her. Upon noticing this, Miki Bayu turned sideways slightly and lowered his head to operate his mobile phone. However, even if she deliberately blocked it, due to the height difference, Kurosawa could still see the screensaver after she woke up the phone screen at a glance. The screensaver was a cover photo of him that he had previously appeared on the Kyoto magazine, a close-up view of his side face with the bow full of strings. She shouldn't think she's blocking it, right? Kurosawa Hikaru couldn't help but look sideways when he noticed her sideways gesture of pressing the phone with both hands and what she wanted to hide. The height difference is really cute at times like this. There are a lot of duplicate photos and some that were not taken well. Soon, Miki Bayu opened the photo album gallery of his mobile phone and handed it to him. After taking the phone, Kurosawa Hikaru started looking at it. The first photo is a selfie of her sitting on the sofa and soaking her feet. Because of his proficiency in photography, he could tell at a glance that this angle was a selfie taken by Shiriki Miki, holding his cell phone sideways and holding it high. Different from wearing a dress outside on weekdays, she was wearing pajamas at home with her snow-white hair tucked up. She did not use a professional foot-soaking bucket, but a more common bucket. She rolled up her trouser legs. Her slender calves were white and tender, and her feet were soaked in the water. Due to the refraction of the water, she could not see them clearly. This visible but unclear situation particularly attracts the attention of the foot controller. However, what attracted Kurosawa Hikaru more than this was the face of Miki Shiraha looking at the camera. This selfie is different from the usual fairy-like look in a white dress. Under the influence of the environment, expression, lighting, and angle, it looks full of home atmosphere. Is it so cute? Seeing this photo, Kurosawa Hikaru suddenly smiled. I have to say that looking at photos of my girlfriend is actually a kind of enjoyment. Because of the role of photos, most of the time, a certain moment is recorded. Girls' photos are usually taken to capture their beautiful side, which is pleasing to the eye. After he took the phone, Miki Bayu looked at him nervously. When he heard the compliment, his heart skipped a beat, and he pursed his lips, feeling secretly happy. Sure enough, it was great to show him the photo. Can I see the next one? After Kurosawa carefully admired it, he wanted to see others, but he suppressed the urge to slide his fingers and asked. Yeah, you can watch everything. Miki Bayu was so excited by his impressions that she wished he could see more pictures and praise her more. After receiving the agreement, Kurosawa Hikaru looked down with confidence. The similarity between the previous photos is very high. Basically, Miki Bayu changed the angles and postures, constantly trying to take photos, trying to take satisfactory photos. While switching continuously, a photo suddenly caught the attention of Hikaru Kurosawa. Different from the foot soak just now, this is a photo of Miki Bayu's legs and feet specially taken. There is no head, no body, mainly a first-person perspective shot of a pair of beautiful legs naturally placed on the sofa. Maybe it's because she practices ballet, but her leg shape is actually chopstick legs, or model legs. Chopstick legs, that is, thighs and calves, have a natural and well-proportioned line transition from top to bottom, without obvious gaps, making it easier to look tall and stylish. What attracted him most about this photo was the view of the pair of petite and exquisite pink feet on the other side of the beautiful legs wrapped in ultra-thin flesh-colored stockings, with the toes spread wide and the stockings between the toes slightly pulled apart. This scene is full of lust and aura, and its lethality is infinite. The purpose of her taking this photo was to tell me that she was wearing stockings. Or was it a welfare photo? Kurosawa Hikaru squinted at Miki Shiryu beside him, and couldn't help but move his eyes down to look at her calves. This is purely a photo of legs. She may not have been wearing pants or skirt when taking the photo, but the angle was relatively low, so nothing was revealed. But exactly like this, the blank space arouses people's imagination. Although he was doubtful, he did not ask directly. No matter what the purpose is, if you speak too clearly, you will not understand the style. Skipping this photo, Kurosawa looked at other photos. He seemed to be able to see from the very similar photos of the same scene that Miki Baiha worked hard and was extremely distressed to take a good-looking photo of him. Haha. Looking at it, Kurosawa Hikaru smiled. What's wrong? Miki Baiha noticed that he suddenly smiled, and couldn't help but stand on tiptoes, trying to see which photo he was looking at. Don't be so entangled next time. Every photo of you is beautiful. Kurosawa Hikaru did not switch the photo, but turned his hand to let her see the phone more easily, and said, "Does this mean I took a good shot?" Miki Baiha was very active after hearing his comments. The photo is very good. The most important thing is that the person in the photo is you. I like to see it very much. Kurosawa nodded and affirmed. Whether a photo looks good or not cannot be defined by technology. Good technology just means it has a higher chance of making the photos look good, but it doesn't mean it will definitely touch people's hearts. Sometimes, a photo captured by chance can touch people's hearts. The key to a good-looking photo is whether the meaning it expresses is loved by the audience. There is no doubt that he likes these photos of Miki Baiha. Oh. Hearing this evaluation, Miki Baiha nodded happily. By the way, don't send these photos outside. Kurosawa Hikaru raised his head and glanced ahead. There was less than 100 meters left to the station. He no longer looked at the big picture, but exited to the grid list of the album, checked a few photos, and reminded him. Why? Miki Baiha couldn't help but feel confused when he saw the photos he checked. Those photos were specially taken because she wanted to tell Kurosawa-senpai that she was wearing stockings. She deleted a few photos with bad angles. She thought the photos that remained were all very good, but in the end she didn't send them out. It wasn't that she was shy or embarrassed, but she was worried that Kurosawa-senpai was with other girlfriends and sending unauthorized messages would disturb him. Because your legs and feet are beautiful. I want to keep this beauty to myself and don't want others to see it. Seeing that she didn't understand, Kurosawa Hikaru bent down slightly, got close to her face, looked into her eyes and ears at close range, and whispered. Hearing this explanation, Miki Baiha's heartstrings trembled, and he suddenly looked up at him. For a moment, she felt that the whole world had become quiet, and her heartstrings were plucked by these words, playing a beat that could cover the noise of the world. May I? Finding her stunned on the spot, Kurosawa Hikaru asked softly. Miki Baiha came back to his senses and nodded heavily. Although she didn't think her feet were very pretty because no one had ever praised them, she knew her legs were pretty and she was naturally happy to be liked by her seniors. So good. Seeing her unhesitating response, Kurosawa smiled, and after complimenting her, he kissed her gently on the cheek. Maybe it's on the street, but kissing on the face is different from kissing on the mouth, and it's still not that shameful. For you. Seeing her happy and excited reaction after being kissed by him, Kurosawa Hikaru handed her phone back. While talking, they came to the platform of Shinjuku Station. "Kurosawa-senpai, can you send me a message when you are free?" As the parting approached, Mikibayo felt that every moment with him was blissful. After hesitating, he plucked up the courage to ask. Even if she was talking through the phone, she wanted to feel Kurosawa-senpai's presence more. "Cannot." Upon hearing such a request, Kurosawa Hikaru did not immediately agree, but after thinking about it, he shook his head. "Why?" When Mikibayo found out that he refused, his eyes darkened and he couldn't figure it out. "Although I can't send you a message when I'm free, I will send you a message when I'm thinking of you." Seeing her unconcealable sadness, Kurosawa Hikaru added. Mikibayo was a little confused and stunned. But the next moment, she realized the meaning of these words, and her heartstrings swayed. "This means that when Kurosawa-senpai sends me a message, it doesn't mean that he is free, but that he is thinking about me?" Girls in the literature department are always sentimental and poetic, and have more pursuit and enthusiasm for romance. "I will send you more messages, and you have to send me more messages, you know." Seeing her go from stunned to enlightened, Kurosawa reached out and pinched her cheek gently before saying, "The request just now cannot be agreed to, because the question itself is wrong. Not to mention, her cheeks are really smooth and soft, and they feel so good that you can't put them down." New. Faced with his teasing and actions, Mikibayo showed no repulsion and nodded obediently. Soon, the tram arrived at the station and the door opened wide. "Just send it here, I'm going to work first." Kurosawa Hikaru really wanted to stay with her for a while longer, but thinking about tonight's performance, he could only suppress his thoughts for the time being. Mikibayo was reluctant to give up, but had no choice. "Bye-bye. Bye-bye." The two waved goodbye, and Kurosawa Hikaru walked into the tram. Not long after, the tram closed its doors. There are always a lot of people at the station. However, when Kurosawa Hikaru stepped onto the tram and looked back, he saw that white figure on the lonely platform still watching him and not leaving. Noticing her reluctance, Kurosawa thought for a while, then took out his cell phone, operated it, and sent a message. After taking care of this, he put the phone in his pocket and turned around to leave. He still had a tough battle to fight tonight, but he couldn't wallow in the gentleness of his schoolmates. Gone away. Standing on the platform, Mikibayo looked at the car door closing, and actually wanted to get in the car, but he still restrained the urge, only feeling empty in his heart. At this moment, Mikibayo suddenly felt his phone vibrate and make a beep. She didn't look at her phone, she was still staring at the figure in the tram. She really wanted to spend a little more time with Kurosawa-senpai, even just for a minute. Soon, the tram left for the next stop. It wasn't until he saw that figure and the train gradually moving away and disappearing from sight that Mikibayo slowly withdrew his gaze. She raised her hand, woke up the phone screen, and saw the prompt message in the center of the screen. Line notification, Kurosawa-senpai, see you in the evening. Seeing this message, Mikibayo was stunned for a moment, and instantly cheered up. Yes, although they are separated now, they will still see each other at night. Maybe we can't hold hands like now, but it's already very satisfying to see Kurosawa-senpai right in front of us. See you tonight. Thinking of this, Mikibayo replied to the message, turned around and left happily. After taking just a few steps, she received a reply. Senior Kurosawa, have you finally seen it? Be careful on the road and don't get lost. How can you get lost in broad daylight? Seeing this information, Mikibayo was speechless. If you don't get lost in broad daylight, will you get lost at night? Possible. In view of his own experience of getting lost many times, Mikibayo was not confident. Sometimes, she would go to a place several times and go straight there with confidence, but she might still get lost. Only by turning on the navigation system could she ensure that she would not get lost. Stop playing with your phone while walking and focus on the road. New. Remember to send me those pictures. Have not you seen it? Is it worthless after seeing it? I want all your photos. What do you want these photos for? I borrow things to think of people. When I miss you, I look at your photos. When Mickey Bio saw this reply, he didn't ask any more questions and decisively pressed the button to send pictures to him. Faced with such a goal, no matter how many photos the senior asked for, she would send them. It's so easy to understand. On the train, Kurosawa Hikaru couldn't help but feel a little funny when he saw a bunch of pictures popping up. He could feel Miki's good mood through the screen of his mobile phone. After chatting for a few more words and telling her to walk well and pay attention to safety, the chat with Mickey Bio ended for the time being. Immediately, in view of the encounter they had just had, Kurosawa Hikaru thought for a moment and sent a message to Ninomiya Chizuru. What are you doing? It's daytime now, and basically everyone is busy with something, so it's not suitable for direct phone calls and video calls. After a while, the message was answered. Sister Kinhee, what's wrong? I missed you and wanted to ask what you were doing. Because he noticed the note issue before, Kurosawa Hikaru has now changed her line notes. Originally, he wanted to remark it as Chizuru baby, but in order to avoid people accidentally getting his phone in the future and seeing such a remark, which would cause misunderstandings and unnecessary trouble, he still handled it conservatively. Sister Kinhee, I'm at work, talking about work with clients. Are you busy? See you tonight. Kurosawa Hikaru originally wanted to chat with her for a few words and express his feelings of missing her, but when he discovered the situation, he stopped pestering her. See you tonight. It took about 10 seconds before Ninomiya Chizuru replied to his message. I wonder if it brought her a good mood. Seeing this reply, Kurosawa Hikaru was thoughtful. Between this message, it was really difficult to guess whether she was busy or happy through her mobile phone. After settling the matter, Kurosawa Hikaru sent another message to Ichino's Yuki. Yuki-chan, what are you doing? Yuki Ichino's, brother Hikaru, I'm doing yoga to exercise my flexibility. Are you still busy? Yuki Ichino's, no, I'm going to rehearse the performance. Then you are still busy, why did you send me a message, what's the matter? Can't I send you a message because I'm busy? Sure. I miss you, and suddenly I want to hear your voice. In view of the lesson just learned, and since she was at home without any customers to bother her, Kurosawa Hikaru changed his approach. Yuki Ichino's, 5 seconds of voice message. Seeing this information, Kurosawa clicked play and put it to his ear. Brother Guang, I miss you so much. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Yuki's happy and coquettish voice rang out. Hearing such a voice, the corners of Kurosawa's mouth couldn't help but rise. He was really negligent before this. You don't have to be free to send them messages, but you have to send them messages when you are thinking about them. Interaction before the next meeting is also necessary and can make people feel good. After chatting with her for a few more words, Kurosawa Hikaru agreed to meet her in the evening and stopped sending messages. Because this trick was very useful, Kurosawa followed the same method and sent a message to Igarashi Runa. Miss Runa, what are you doing? I'm at the Tokyo Bunkakaikan, discussing work with the organizer and co-organizer. What can I do? It's okay, I just miss you. I miss you too, I miss you so much. I always feel like you're so perfunctory. Kurosawa Hikaru always felt that she was so smart. She must have guessed that he said this to several of his girlfriends, so that's why he behaved like this. Then what should I do so that you feel it's not perfunctory? Record a voice message for me, saying you miss me so much, you miss me so much. There are customers around. Why don't you excuse yourself and go away? I want to hear your voice. Kurosawa Hikaru felt that this moment of silence was harmless and would not affect the overall situation. After a while, Igarashi Runa sent a voice message. I miss you too. I miss you so much, bad guy. Kurosawa Hikaru picked up the phone and put it to his ear, clicked play, and heard a helpless and gentle words, as well as coquettishness. Listening to her accusations so close to his ears, Kurosawa Hikaru felt as if his ears were softened. Ms. Runa may have studied spoken English specifically. When she spoke, her enunciation was clear and there was no regional accent. The key was that her voice was so beautiful. It's a pity that I couldn't hear Sister Kinhee's voice. In view of the gains gained from the last two expressions of longing, Kurosawa couldn't help but feel regretful. Forget it, do it better next time. After thinking about it, Kurosawa Hikaru also took a warning. If you want to become better, you must constantly recognize your own mistakes and improve, doing better every time. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Kurosawa Hikaru arrived at the office. It was very quiet here, different from the past. This was the first time he came to the office alone. Perhaps so, he did not feel alone and lonely, but went straight to the second floor and walked into the recording studio. Performance. Opening the curtain, the gorgeous and beautiful Steinway piano was displayed in front of his eyes. Kurosawa Hikaru looked at this exquisite and beautiful work of art, lowered his hand and touched it gently with his fingertips. His mind suddenly calmed down and he couldn't help but talk to yourself. It may be that the permanent skills given by the system, not just talent, but also experience, allow him to do one thing and love another. Whether it was Kyoto or piano, he benefited a lot from it. As his mind returned to peace, Kurosawa sat down in front of the Steinway piano. Raising his hands, when the melody of Flight of the Bumblebee sounded, he began to preview and rehearse. There are less than 7 hours left before the first concert. The days are longer in summer, and before the night falls, Ueno Park in Taito District, Tokyo, is already crowded with people. Unlike last time, 0 Hour, who suddenly became popular on the internet, appeared as a special guest. This time, 0 Hour is already at its peak on the internet, not only famous throughout the country, but also famous overseas. Wow, it's so lively. Xianalan walked into the park and her eyes lit up. Although it was not yet 6 p.m. and there was still a lot of time before the performance, these hot girls were students on summer vacation after all, and they had a lot of free time, so they came to the scene early. For fans with common hobbies and objects of worship, gathering together is a very exciting thing. Are there so many people? The tall and strong Yamamoto Daiki was dumbfounded when he saw the dense crowd in the distance. It is no exaggeration to say that the flow of people at this moment is not much less than that of the station during peak hours. There were even more uniformed security guards and police officers who were cordoning off, maintaining order, and guiding the crowd. Although he watched the video of Master 0 Hour under everyone's recommendation, he also appreciated the power of 0 Hour under the influence of group chat. However, he never expected that so many people would gather together for 0 Hour. Didn't the internet say that there were only 2,300 tickets for this performance? Why are there so many people? Hinata was wearing a windbreaker and walking with his hands in his pockets, a little surprised. Although he didn't know how many people there were, he had a feeling that there were definitely more people gathered in the park. Even if you can't go to the scene to watch the performance, if you are closer, it won't affect the excitement. And the online broadcast, you can watch it with your mobile phone, and gathering together will have a better atmosphere and sense of participation. Xianalan was not very surprised by this and explained. She had been to other stars' concerts before. When tickets were in short supply and fans were enthusiastic, it was common for many people to wander around the scene. So many people gathered here in advance, probably because they want to see Master 0 Hour and Adilina in person. Because they will definitely come before the performance, maybe they will show up in advance and say hello to everyone when they see the enthusiastic crowd. Akizuki Aoi had some guesses when she saw this scene. In fact, when she didn't buy the ticket before, she had a similar idea, that is, even if she couldn't see the scene, she had to go to the scene and wait. Even though she had seen Atilina before and Master 0 Hour in person, this did not affect her eagerness to see it for the second time. Lan, how are we going to get in later? It was the first time that Yuki Ichino saw such an exaggerated formation. She was impressed by Guangji's popularity and fame, but also worried. For tonight's performance, they met as early as 4 p.m. and had dinner in advance and ran over. Never thought that even 2 hours in advance, there were still so many people on the scene. Don't worry, in this case, there will be special staff to sort out a passage for us to pass. The experienced Qianalan explained this concern. After that, she thought for a moment and looked at the three men. When we go in later, there will be more people. Everyone should protect Yuki. She is so beautiful and she is an internet celebrity. She might be harassed. You have said this for the 5th time. Sato couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this and reminded him. It doesn't matter if his girlfriend nags a little, but Hinata and Yamamoto are other people's boyfriends after all, so some words should be kept in moderation. There is no way. Kurosawa is busy writing a paper and can't come. I can only rely on you. Qianalan can only put the issue of safety on the three men. Don't worry, just for the ticket Kurosawa gave me, no one can harass Ichino's tonight. Yamamoto Daiki was not impatient, patted his chest and said confidently. That's right, Hinata echoed. In fact, even if Kurosawa didn't give them tickets, they would definitely take action if their girlfriend's best friend was harassed. Not to mention, the three men all admired Kurosawa very much. Should we enter earlier or later? After the matter was settled, Matsushita Hitomi asked. Of course we should enter earlier, why later? Hearing this, Yamamoto Daiki suddenly didn't understand his girlfriend's thinking. Didn't Aoi just say that? If we are outside, it is possible that Master 0 Hour and Miss Adeline will show up earlier. Seeing that he didn't understand, Matsushita Hitomi rolled her eyes at him and explained. Let's enter later, wait until the last 30 minutes. As a loyal fan, Shiina Aoi is also a star chaser, and is most familiar with such occasions and activities. As a Kaizuki Aoi guest, the reason why there are so many people at the scene is that most people have never seen Master 0 Hour in real life. Only the first batch of fans, a few fans who came to watch the curtain call performance of the special guest, have seen him in person. For this reason, even if they didn't buy tickets, they still want to take a gamble and see the possibility of seeing their idol. Even smarter fans even guide the topic on Twitter, which shows that many fans are waiting for Master 0 Hour to show up. Then we just stay here and wait. Yuki Ichino's was a little curious. Then you must go forward and grab the front row, so you can enter the venue when the time comes. Aoi Shiina shook her head and took the lead to lead everyone into action. Outside the Tokyo Bunkakaikan, it was very lively and many people gathered. Everyone has a different identity, but the purpose of gathering here is for the concert. Some relatively famous figures are more eye-catching in such public places. For example, Shizuka Kitajima, as a well-known internet celebrity, is surrounded by fans like before. Ms. Badeo, have you bought your ticket? I bought it, VIP ticket. Faced with a question from a male fan, Kitajima Shizuka smiled happily. In fact, she didn't buy a ticket, like most people. However, because she is a big V in the fan base and has helped 0 Hour with free promotion many times, Ms. Igarashi made a special trip to chat with her privately and sent her a qualification code to redeem VIP tickets. Where did you put the VIP tickets? Can you take them out and take a look? It's not convenient to take it out here. Why is it inconvenient? It's just inconvenient. Kitajima Shizuka's eyes rolled and she smiled playfully. Time passed little by little, the color of the sky gradually darkened, and night fell. Just at 7 p.m., the crowd suddenly became agitated. There's movement. Using the tickets to clear the way, Aoishiana, who had already arrived near the entrance of the hall, noticed the sound in the distance. Is Master Zero Hour here? Hitomi Matsushita also reacted quickly, noticed this situation, and looked back. Not long after, the distant commotion gradually approached, and the momentum of people's commotion began to become clearly audible. Adelina. Some people were screaming excitedly, and some were shouting enthusiastically, but they were all shouting the same name. It's Adelina here. Hearing this, Chiyukoi's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. When she first saw Adelina, she was impressed by her temperament and beauty. At that time, she made up her mind to move closer to that beautiful blue-haired elder sister and become a cool and elegant woman like her. Now, that beautiful blue-haired sister has transformed into the nationally famous Adelina. As one of the first people to discover Adelina's charm, her admiration and enthusiasm for Ninomiya Chizuru far exceeds that of many people. Tokyo's Most Affectionate. Author, Wodada Shuchu Wujin. Chapter 421. Fame and ability can only be brought into full play on the right stage. The same is true for stars. They will be known and admired by people only at a certain time and in a certain occasion. Nowadays, most of the people gathered outside the Tokyo Bunkakaikan are here for Lingxi. As Lingxi's girlfriend, Adelina may not have a heavenly voice, amazing dance, or unique skills. But she appeared in the latest single MV, and with her beautiful appearance, intellectual and cold temperament, and tall and slender figure, she directly conquered countless people. Adelina, I love you. Kyuyukui cheered up and looked back at the distance. When she saw the figure, she couldn't hold back the excitement in her heart and shouted loudly. At the end of the road, a beautiful figure was walking towards the main entrance of the Tokyo Bunkakaikan step by step under the protection and clearing of the way by security personnel. She has long blue hair, and her soft hair falls naturally like water. The cold and beautiful facial features are like treasures carved by God, perfect and impeccable. No matter what kind of facial features she has, eyes are always the main part of her face. A pair of frameless glasses adds a bit of intellectual and mature beauty to her already stunning beauty. What makes people applaud is that she is wearing a long dress with a gradient of blue and white. Under various flashes, the skin that is not exposed is actually more beautiful than frost and snow. Under various flashes, Ninomiya Chizuru walked forward calmly. So beautiful. Unlike the chance encounter outside the martial arts hall, Shianalan saw her again and was really amazed by her delicate and elegant aura between her hands and feet. Isn't this too beautiful? Even Yamamoto Daiki was deeply attracted by the beautiful figure at this moment and was shocked by her beauty. Because his childhood goddess was Miki, he was amazed by her beauty when he was a child, and later because of the goddess's retirement, he could no longer see the growth of that beauty. That's right, his preference for women is completely inclined towards cute and Lolita, just wanting to find a shadow similar to her. As for women who are older, mature women, etc., he never takes a second look. But now, Ninomiya Chizuru's beauty still conquers him. Because at this moment, the impact and shock brought to him by Adelina's beauty is not inferior to the surprise when he saw the ice elf Mickey in his childhood. Adelina. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted loudly, calling out her name. Adelina. Adelina. Then, people followed the slogan as if they were possessed. Every shout will attract more people to follow. When you like something, you usually cover it with a special filter. If the thing itself is beautiful, it will make people crazy. This momentum, like a huge wave, swallowing everything, is created by that sacred and desirable figure. Adelina. Submerged in this huge wave, Yuki Ichinos was like a bystander, an outsider watching all this. She saw the mature and calm Akizuki Aoi in the past, at this moment, like a little fangirl, shouting for others. She saw the domineering and rude Yamamoto Daiki in the past, at this moment, deeply attracted, his eyes were infatuated. She saw the tourists and fans in the audience, all shouting a name. The mighty and fierce momentum was like thousands of troops galloping, deafening, making her ears tinnitus and disturbing her mind. When Yuki Ichino saw Chizuru Ninomiya, wrapped in respect and admiration, coming over like a star-studded knight, and saw the faint smile on her lips, she suddenly felt like being struck by lightning and lost her mind. It would be great if Guang Ji announced that I was his girlfriend. Looking at the face that was being photographed crazily by countless cameras and mobile phones, focused on by the spotlight, shining, and the smile that couldn't help but jump out of Yuki Ichino's mind. Because she was content, she enjoyed the existing happiness. She had never envied other women, and she knew very well how good Guang Ji was to her. The most important thing was that she knew that what Guang Ji gave to others would definitely not be less than her. But at this moment, she still felt envious. She could feel that this moment was an unforgettable moment for Miss Ninomiya, comparable to the moment of exchanging wedding rings at the wedding. Perhaps as a model, with the help of Guang Ji and Miss Igarashi, she might also be like this in the future, focused on by the spotlight, surrounded by flashes, and admired by fans. Even with a bigger momentum and more fans, she was just Yuki Ichino's, not Adeline of Zero Time. Kurosawa Hikaru belongs to everyone, but Zero Time belongs to Miss Ninomiya alone. She underestimated Ninomiya Chizuru too much. She didn't care about the official announcement of the relationship, because Hikaru promised her that he would shoot a music video for her and also wrote a piano piece for her. What's more, Hikaru would let her shoot many music videos in the future, which was fair. But in fact, it was not fair at all. At this moment, Ichino's Yuki suddenly raised her head with a sense of touch. When she looked up, she met a pair of eyes. 2 meters away, she has blue hair like a shallow river, beautiful eyes like winter water, a beautiful appearance, ice-cold muscles and jade bones, a slender figure and a graceful figure, a cold yet noble and elegant temperament, and a white dress that floats with her footsteps. There, Chizuru Ninomiya was looking at her as if she were a fairy in the mortal world. Their eyes met, she saw her, and she saw her. However, Ninomiya Chizuru's eyes did not stay on her body for too long. In just a few seconds, under the prompts of the security personnel, she was protected one after another and continued to move forward. Wow, Adelina looked here just now, Yuki, she should be looking at you, because you are also a member of Zero Hour Agency, and she recognized you. Watching Ninomiya Chizuru's back gradually go away, Shiina Aoi came back from her mesmerized state, and excitedly held Ichino's Yuki's arm and shook it constantly. The first time I saw it, Miss Ninomiya was one of the audience members of the Odd Hour show. She was the stunning iceberg lady wherever she went. The last time we met, Miss Ninomiya was Miss Igarashi's best friend and close friend. When we met again this time, Miss Ninomiya suddenly became her zero-time girlfriend. Every time they meet, there will be more surprises. Shiina-Ai's love and admiration for Adelina is unparalleled. Because a person he knew, someone he even talked to, or even looked at, turned out to be such a powerful person. Yuki, she is so beautiful. Aoi Shiina was so excited that she realized that Ichino's Yuki hadn't come back to her senses yet, so she sighed. Indeed. Ichino's Yuki came back to her senses. Even though she was unwilling to do so, she had to admit her beauty. Even if he is a love rival, even if he doesn't like her, or even resists and doesn't want to get too close, Ninomiya Chizuru's mature, cool, noble, intellectual, elegant, delicate, and sparkling figure is really special. Dazzling. Yuki, are you familiar with Adelina? Other friends also noticed this, and Chiyukui couldn't help but ask. I'm not very familiar with him, I just met him a few times. Yuki Itchy Nose shook her head. Oh. Chiyukui originally wanted to go through her and ask for an autograph, but she gave up the idea when she saw something wasn't right about her expression. Speaking of which, I spoke to Adelina. She and I was immersed in excitement and suddenly talked about his glorious deeds. Even talking to a big shot like Adelina was something worth bragging to her. Real or fake? When Chiyukui heard this, she was immediately shocked. Really, on August 10th, Miss Igarashi and Adelina also went to watch the game. At that time, Miss Igarashi saw Yuki and came over to say hello. Shiana Blue nodded and affirmed. Adelina is an economics teacher at Tokyo University, and Kurosawa is also an economics teacher at Tokyo University. Don't they know each other? Sato thought of something. It's possible. Maybe Kurosawa's ticket was given by Adelina. Matsushita Hitomi suddenly reacted when she heard this. No wonder tickets for odd-hour performances are so rare, but Kurosawa was able to give away 6 of them to everyone. It would be normal if Kurosawa knew Master 0 Hour's girlfriend, Adelina. Yuki, is that true? Chiyukui was very excited. For most people, having a friend know someone important is something worth bragging about and being proud of. She didn't give it to me. Facing everyone's gaze, Itchy Nose Yuki shook her head. Isn't it? Then where did Kurosawa's tickets come from? Chiyukui was a little frustrated when she heard this, and she was also more confused in her heart. I don't know, Brother Guang didn't say how he got his vote. Itchy Nose Yuki wanted to explain, but couldn't find a suitable explanation and lowered his head speechlessly. What could she say? She can't say that Brother Guang is 0 Hour, right? This is a secret that must never be told. Even if she guessed that Mickey might know that Hikaru was 0 Hour, she avoided talking about it, let alone now. At the same time, the figure of Ninomiya Chizuru disappeared at the entrance of the Tokyo Bunkakaikan. However, not many people followed, although it was because they had no tickets, but Adelina's appearance confirmed many people's suspicions. Before the show starts, you can see Adelina and 0 Hour in advance. How could there be such a beautiful person? I've seen it all. It is said that Master 0 Hour is less than 30 years old. If my girlfriend is so beautiful, will Master 0 Hour be handsome as well? As she left, the people greeting her stopped, but they were still immersed in the afterglow of the scene just now. Despite the bustling discussion, most people still picked up their mobile phones and participated in the speeches on the internet. Neon people are very particular about boundaries. There is a distance between people, and there is basically no warm communication between strangers. The internet was very lively because so many people came to the scene to see the real face. It's so beautiful. I've never seen anyone so beautiful in my life. I, Junichiro Sato, authenticate my real name, and Adelina is as beautiful as in the MV, without any beauty filter. Instantly, 0 Hour's official Twitter, major social groups, and topic columns were all filled with praise. Perhaps everyone has different aesthetic tastes, but the people who gathered at the scene were all fans attracted by 0 Hour and Adelina. That's right, everyone was amazed. Even if some people think that Adelina is just a creation with beauty filters and other blessings, but the more they don't believe it, after witnessing it with their own eyes, the solid evidence will often make people's thinking go to another extreme. In fact, those who have expressed such doubts are because they know better than anyone that Adelina is so beautiful that she is not real at all. Participating in a grand event will make everyone forget all worries and unhappiness and completely immerse themselves in the atmosphere of joy. As time passed, everyone was waiting for the other protagonist of tonight's concert to appear. That's right, even the slightest movement will attract people's attention. The car is coming. While waiting, someone suddenly howled. As soon as these words came out, people were attracted like countless fishes to a stone that fell gently into the lake. It's a motorcade. Drive the car into the park, could it be Master Zero Time? Apart from Master Zero Time, who else can be so grand? Here they come. Those standing on the outer layer noticed the situation immediately. A black car that looked extremely luxurious and valuable was slowly approaching with the security personnel leading the way. Because of the magnificent formation, people in the aisles made way wherever they passed. This scene also attracted countless people to follow. Because Adilina was walking on stage, everyone could see it, but driving on stage was different, and it was estimated that she would stop directly at the door of the club. If you waited honestly in the same place, you might not have the opportunity to see Master Zero Time get off the car. As the crowd became restless, the security personnel immediately noticed something unusual. Then, a security guard who was leading the way turned around and walked to the car and knocked on the window. He followed the car and moved forward slowly, lowering his head and saying something. People who wanted to keep up with the car stopped and watched from a distance when they found this situation. Soon, the back door of the luxury car was opened. Seeing this scene, everyone held their breath. In the midst of everyone's attention, a tall beauty with short hair and a slender figure got out of the car and appeared in front of everyone. Maid. The expected Master Zero did not appear, but a woman ran out, and seeing her clothes, people were puzzled. Is this a maid? It is completely different from the JK maids that can be seen everywhere in our daily lives. It was obviously in the hot summer, when everyone was wearing short-sleeved shorts and short skirts, but this short-haired beauty was wearing a black and white long skirt and a headdress, which looked like a traditional Western maid outfit. Before people could talk, another person got out of the car. When the second person in the car appeared, the originally scattered discussion suddenly disappeared. Because this girl is too beautiful, with long black hair like a waterfall and mist, and a perfect face, she is so beautiful that she can be called peerless and stunning. Her skin is as white as snow, as if it has never been exposed to the sun even in the dim night, it is still white as snow. Her eyes are like a pair of bright and gorgeous rubies, gorgeous and unique. Her temperament is noble and elegant, cold and aloof, like a flower on the mountain, dreamy and mysterious. Her expression is a bit tired, revealing her disdain and indifference to everything in the world. The existence of the maid makes her identity obvious. She is probably a rich lady. Amidst the attention of the crowd, Shifunjai Yuan Mirai just looked up at the people around her, and then lowered her head slightly. Immediately afterwards, Akai Sayaka cleared the way for her and went to the Tokyo Bunkakaikan. Originally, they had called Ueno Park and told them that they would drive to the scene in advance, but the restlessness and following of the people forced them to get off the car and walk. Because there were maids leading the way and the security guards of the park guarding, the grand show of Shifunjai Yuan Mirai attracted people's attention. Who is this? So beautiful. I don't know. Does anyone know who she is? Seeing that Shifunjai Yuan Mirai's peerless appearance was not inferior to Adilina, and the grand show was so grand, many people were restless and curious. The social system of Neon has clear classes and absolute class differences. There are even 5 classes in detail. Maybe 1 and 2 will have cross-class contact, and 1 and May 3rd also have it, but 1 and 5, there is absolutely no possibility of any intersection. At the top is the capitalist class, and at the bottom is the lower class, and there is no possibility of any intersection at all. This is like people on the street. At a certain period of time, you can see some people voting to become a member of parliament, and they don't even know what these candidates for parliament mean. The busy work, the current life, and the leisure entertainment have already filled up their lives. Because the performance of the piano recital is different from ordinary concerts, it is usually attended by people who pursue classical beauty and elegance. Moreover, the tickets this time are very scarce and valuable, and there are many rich people and bosses in the crowd. Baby, look at the family crest on the maid's chest, can you recognize it? A middle-aged man saw the scene and said to the young girl next to him. Of course I can recognize it, Dad, my future senior sister and I are in the same school. The girl holding his arm was speechless after hearing this. Ha ha ha. Seeing her rolling her eyes, the middle-aged man paused and smiled. Is this the eldest lady of the Sifan family? I heard before that she is as beautiful as a fairy. Now that I see her, she is really beautiful. Such a big shot is actually here. Master 0 Hour's charm is really great. By the way, she ran out like this with only a maid. Isn't she afraid of being kidnapped? What does she have to be afraid of? Don't look at it. On the surface, there is only one maid accompanying her. Secretly, there must be many bodyguards who arrived in advance to take their positions. In addition to them, there were some people who recognized the origin and discussed in whispers without making any announcement. It's not Master 0 Hour, is it her? After waiting for a while, Shianai felt a little regretful when she saw the maid and Shifanjin Mirai. Lan, do you know who she is? Hearing this tone, Sato couldn't help but be surprised. I know. At the martial arts hall before, Adilina said that she was the daughter of the Maple Forest Consortium. Shianai nodded and explained. She also went to watch the archery competition. Hinata was a little curious. She accompanied her grandfather to watch the archery competition. Her grandfather is super powerful. It is said that he is one of the richest people in Neon and a real big shot. One of the richest. When Yamamoto heard this, he felt it was an eye-opener. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at the young lady following the maid. This name and origin are scary when you hear it. Because he was not the star of the show, Sifan Mirai's appearance attracted everyone's attention, but did not cause any loud noise. The reason why Adelina can arouse such a huge momentum is that for everyone, her appearance is like an idol coming into reality. The shock and touch are indescribable. As for the future of Sifan, because most people don't know her identity, everyone just thinks she is beautiful and has no other added value. Chizuru Ninomiya is indeed a graduate of Tokyo University. She is really smart. Walking in the aisle, Sifan Mirai noticed that everyone's reactions were just comments and did not cause much trouble, so he couldn't help but think. On the way here in the car, she was paying attention to the situation on the internet, and also saw some internet celebrity bloggers hosting live broadcasts. That's why she knew how much surprise Ninomiya Chizuru brought to 0 Hour fans and how much of a sensation it caused when she appeared. Rao had grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth, so she was also deeply attracted by that scene, and even a little envious. Even if one day she was announced as a Guang's girlfriend, there would be no way she would cause such a sensation. Because tonight's Chizuru Ninomiya is not just Chizuru Ninomiya, but Adelina, who has been named the sweetheart of the new era. In contrast, if she was announced as a Guang's girlfriend, those female fans would not think of eating her alive when they saw her. Miss. While thinking about it, Sifan Mirai suddenly heard a soft call. Looking up, she saw Sayaka Akai looking in one direction. After noticing this, she raised her eyes and saw among the crowd aside, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, exquisite and perfect appearance, and extraordinary temperament. Seeing Ichino's Yuki, Shifanjin Mirai smiled and waved hello to her. Although it was to say hello, she did not specifically run over because her identity and appearance were very eye-catching and she was not suitable to stay in public. After finishing this matter, she walked all the way to the guild hall without stopping. Wow! Yamamoto Daiki saw her smiling and saying hello, and he was immediately fascinated. He thought he was a lolicon, but after meeting Adelina, he discovered that the eldest sister was actually beautiful too, and now, he found that the eldest lady was also beautiful. He is not a lolicon at all. Like most men, he likes beautiful women. Wow, what? Hitomi Matsushita saw that he was entranced by a smile, and she immediately became jealous and reached out to pinch his thigh. Yuki, she waved this way just now. Do you know her? Girls are not so easily charmed by girls. Although Xianai was also stunned by that smile, what shocked her even more was Shifanjin's future behavior. She turned around and asked. I met him once before, so I think we know each other. Yuki Ichinos, who also waved in response, nodded. Even her greeting was seen, so it was unrealistic for her to deny it. How do you know such a powerful young lady? Chuyukui was shocked because her family was relatively wealthy and her father ran a company. She knew very well that it was not easy to get to know such a big shot. Brother Guang knows her. Brother Guang's teacher is a good friend of her grandfather. Kurosawa knows her? That's right. When Kurosawa won the prize in the archery competition, he even said thank you to her grandfather for his teachings. Xianalan was extremely shocked, but she was relieved soon. Is Kurosawa so powerful? Yamamoto Daiki felt numb and smacked his lips. If that's the case, Yuki, you have to be careful, don't let her snatch Kurosawa away. In view of this ticket gift, Matsushita Hitomi's attitude towards Ichino's Yuki has changed a lot, and she reminded her. Because she is a little scheming and knows how to deal with men, she knows very well how lethal this black-haired and red-eyed lady is to men. In addition, she also knows how good Kurosawa Hikaru is. She still remembers the day at the Budokan, when Kurosawa Hikaru appeared on the stage holding a Japanese bow, which attracted cheers from the whole audience. Okay. Ichino's Yuki heard this kind reminder, paused for a few seconds, and nodded. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Tokyo's Most Affectionate. Author, Wodada Shuchu Wujin. Chapter 422. The concert is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is admission, which is the entry of ticket-holding spectators. Depending on the location and size, generally the larger the concert, the more generous admission time will be. The second stage is the opening, which is when the performance begins. The third stage is the end, that is, the performance is over and the audience leaves one after another. Depending on the organizers' rules and activities, there may be fan handshake parties, autograph sessions, etc. after the performance, which are mostly cases. Time will not stop, it will move forward every moment and every second. At 7:30 p.m., the public address loudspeaker in the park rang. The 0-hour piano recital is about to begin. Audiences with tickets are requested to enter in an orderly manner. Hearing this news, the ticket holders silently left the crowd and headed to the main entrance of the Tokyo Bunkakaikan. As for those spectators without tickets, some people wanted to fish in troubled waters, so they ran over. However, because the space and location in the venue are limited, and the crowd is fierce, too many people have gathered, and the security level is too high, giving people no chance to sneak in. And most people looked at each other in confusion. Master 0 Hour isn't going to show up. Could he have entered the venue early? How is that possible? We arrived at 7 o'clock in the morning. Even if we have to go to the toilet, we take turns. There is no way we can miss it. Is there a possibility that we can't recognize Master 0 Hour without his mask and tuxedo? It seems there is no chance this time. Let's go. Tonight is worth it. I saw Adelina. Adelina is so beautiful, she is obviously not dressed up, and her outfit and makeup look ordinary. Is this a natural beauty? The black-haired lady is also super beautiful, she appears in a luxury car and is accompanied by a maid. She should be the rich lady, not a cosplayer, right? Most people felt that this result was generally acceptable, and they left the venue slowly and orderly amidst the discussion. You said, if we wait until the show is over, will the 0 Hour Master show up? At this moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. It's possible. Why don't you wait a little longer? The performance is only 2 hours long, and I've been waiting for half a day. It's not too late. And you can also watch the broadcast of the show here. As soon as this statement came out, it once again ignited the expectations of many people. Perhaps Adelina's appearance, her breathtakingly beautiful face, and her unique temperament are indeed surprising. But in the final analysis, the reason why so many people gathered at the scene was because of their idols. It is no exaggeration to say that more than 90% of the people at the scene had only seen 0 Hour's appearance on the internet. The mysterious sense of the unknown and the temptation to get what you want attracted so many people to the scene. The most important thing is that some people come over a short drive away in order to get a good seat, or even ask for leave. For them, it is really hard to accept that they have paid so much but failed to get the most satisfactory results. You can only use mobile data to watch the show in the park, which is too expensive. I'd better go to an internet cafe. The screen of the mobile phone is so small, it's not pleasant to watch at all. However, most people cannot bear the cost of continuing to invest and choose to leave the market, or stop losses. Miyazaki Yuta was also in the leaving team. He was smarter and kept an eye on the time. He had already reached the nearest exit of the Tokyo Bunkakaikan. It's a pity. Let me tell you, Master 0 Hour is really handsome and his aura is really amazing. Miyazaki Yuta didn't come alone. He was accompanied by several college students, all of whom were alumni of Tokyo University. You have the nerve to say it, but you made everyone wait with you for more than an hour. That's right, you also said that Master 0 Hour is very doting on his fans, and that he can't help it because the number of tickets is not enough, but showing up to say hello to everyone before the show starts is something he can easily do. I have so much time. I order takeout at home, turn on the air conditioner, and sit in front of the computer. Isn't it comfortable? After hearing his words, everyone felt resentful. Senior, you are so unreliable. Even the schoolgirl who had a crush on Miyazaki Yuta felt a headache at this time and couldn't defend him. Don't say that, although we didn't meet Master 0 Hour, we did meet Mr. Ninomiya. In the face of everyone's complaints, Miyazaki Yuta paused for a few seconds, choked on his words, and then started to enlighten everyone. Maybe this isn't the best result, but it won't mean losing everything. That's true. Now it seems that teacher Ninomiya did not resign impulsively, but she will no longer be a teacher at Tokyo University, but will mainly carry out activities as her odd-time girlfriend. Teacher Ninomiya was probably worried about her identity and that appearing in the music video might affect Tokyo University's reputation. Worried about the negative impact, she chose to resign. Most of the people who came to join in the fun were students from the Ninomiya group. They also admire 0 Hour Master, but the reason why they were attracted was the news that Mr. Ninomiya appeared in the MV. In fact, Chizuru Ninomiya's appearance in the MV had an extremely huge impact, like a storm that directly swept through universities and even colleges across the country. This incident has caused quite a lot of social problems. Some people even submitted a letter of opinion to the University of Tokyo, saying that as a female teacher at the University of Tokyo, Chizuru Ninomiya appeared in the MV like an artist after resigning, which had a bad influence and was simply promoting the theory that studying is useless. She must be severely punished and held accountable. Of course, most people are happy about this incident. Because the piano single Adeline at the Water's Edge is not just a song, but a love letter of the new era. Whether it is positive or negative comments, it has pushed 0 Hour, Chizuru Ninomiya, and Adeline at the Water's Edge to the forefront and became popular all over the country. From elementary school students to the elderly in their 70s and 80s, everyone has heard about this incident. Anyway, it's worth it to see teacher Ninomiya so happy. Yuta Miyazaki laughed with everyone. That's right. I tell you, this is the first time I've seen teacher Ninomiya smile. She's so beautiful. Everyone was also relieved and echoed. While talking and laughing, they didn't stop and kept walking out. But at this moment, Miyazaki Yuta, who was following the footsteps of his predecessors and was about to leave Ueno Park and find an internet cafe nearby, bumped into the person in front of him. "I'm sorry." Suddenly bumping into someone, Miyazaki Yuta bowed decisively and apologized solemnly. However, the man who was bumped did not turn around, nor did he get angry, but still had his back to him. Quiet, very quiet, no conflict, no reaction, which was completely different from the usual situation of accidentally bumping into someone on the street. Feeling something strange, Miyazaki Yuta straightened up and looked up in confusion. At the entrance of Ueno Park, there was a man standing there. Wearing a gentleman's hat, his face was covered by a mask, wearing a black tuxedo, tall and slender, and his shadow was stretched very long by the light of the street lamp. With such appearance features, it was Master Zero Time. He stood there motionless, like a statue, but exuding indescribable majesty. When a person is silent and motionless, it will make people feel awe. In fact, everyone will act according to circumstances when speaking. Perhaps children will not think too much, and some people will speak without thinking. But when everyone speaks, they will observe other people's expressions, movements, eyes, and tone, and then subconsciously choose the words they think are right. That's why when no changes are observed, people will not dare to act rashly. Master of 0 Hour. Cosplay again. Seeing such a scene, some people were surprised, while others were suspicious and disdainful. Because today many people cosplay Master of 0 Hour, although the degree of completion is far less than the one in front of them, especially the mask, is exactly the same. But in fact, the appearance of Master of 0 Hour is not impossible to copy. No matter what the idea is, everyone tacitly chose silence and stopped. Everyone is waiting for the next change of this suspected Master of 0 Hour. Ah! Kurosawa Mitsuru, who was noticed by everyone and wore a mask, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't mean to be intimidating, but seeing so many fans leaving disappointed made him feel complicated. Although he felt sorry, Kurosawa Hikaru still took a step and started to walk towards the Tokyo Bunkakaikan. His pace was neither fast nor slow, but wherever he passed, he was eye-catching. Because the aura he exuded was very special, with his head held high, confident and calm, as if he was going to the stage, but was passing by the audience. Because he was going against the flow, going against everyone, and wearing the clothes of Master Zero Time, people couldn't help but wonder what he was going to do. He is Zero Time. Miyazaki Yuta looked at the figure walking step by step, his mood gradually fluctuated, and he was even more shocked, and the thoughts in his mind blurted out. Perhaps in this world, not many people know the true face of Zero Time. Who exactly is he? In this case, wearing a gentleman's hat, covering his appearance with a special mask, and wearing a tuxedo suit, it is indeed easy to confuse people. However, people who have seen Master Zero Time in person are not so easy to confuse. Because it is easy to imitate a person's appearance, but it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to imitate a person's charm and temperament. Is it true? As soon as this was said, it immediately aroused the surprise of the friends. Really, I have seen Master Zero Time, I can be sure that he is absolutely real. Yuta Miyazaki looked confident. Hearing this, the alumni of the University of Tokyo all brightened up. No way. The performance is about to start, and he just ran out, can it be fake? However, other people did not know Yuta Miyazaki at all, and they still doubted this statement. At this time, several security personnel who were standing at the entrance of the park and guiding the crowd's position suddenly received a message, and walked forward in unison, surrounding Zero Time in the middle and clearing the way for him. If Yuta Miyazaki's words were an online rumor, then the behavior of the security personnel was undoubtedly official certification. He is really Master Zero Time. Master Zero Time is so tall. Master Zero Time is so handsome. Seeing this scene, people who were originally doubtful seemed to have found a bright light. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the movement at the entrance and exit of the park swept across like a surging wave. Master 0 Hour is here. No way. Are you trying to show up on time? Don't block the road, let me pass. Because after their expectations were disappointed, their hopes were raised again. Many people burst out with unimaginable surprises and excitement, and some even wanted to see it first. Seeing this scene, security personnel deployed everywhere quickly took action to maintain order. Ah, it's 0 Hour. 0 Hour. I love you. 0 Hour. I will always support you. Some people were suddenly excited when they saw the retrograde 0 Hour, surrounded by security personnel. Because of the online broadcast, most people were unable to buy tickets. The biggest regret is that they did not have the opportunity to meet their idols. This is also the reason why so many people did not buy tickets and came here to join in the fun just because they were lucky. The emotions that fans feel when they see their idols are indescribable. When expectations are unexpected and their expectations are not met, that emotion will be even more amplified. Different from seeing Adelina's surprise and then the tacit understanding of chanting her name, all the fans went crazy when they saw 0 Hour's appearance and couldn't organize neat slogans at all. In an instant, screams and shouts, noisy and chaotic sounds, broke out in the park. A huge noise came from the entrance of the park. Even if they didn't see anyone, many fans got excited because of the huge momentum. Such noise even reached the main entrance of Tokyo Bunkakaikan. Master 0 Hour is here. Even the audience who was reviewing the tickets knew that they would see it later, but their attention was attracted when they discovered this situation. Because if you see the person you really want to see even 1 minute or 1 second earlier, you will be happy. The architectural style of the Tokyo Bunkakaikan is very special, with a huge floor-to-ceiling window design on the second floor. I have to make a trip, I hope nothing goes wrong. Under the light, Igarashi Runa stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with one arm folded. Seeing the momentum below, she couldn't help but have a headache. In fact, there is no arrangement to appear in advance at midnight tonight. Because 0 Hour is different from ordinary artists. He is a masked artist, and the fewer times he appears, the better. Moreover, the number of fans today is so large that it can be called a grand occasion. If we sneak around in front of everyone, who knows what accidents will happen. Just like that, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Kurosawa called her and told her that he was completely ready. She directly asked Kurosawa to pack up his odd-time clothes and bring them into the club pretending to be a passerby. As a result, Kurosawa arrived at the scene early and found that the fans were looking forward to 0 Hour's appearance more and more after seeing Adelina's appearance. In the end, when they were disappointed, they couldn't help but ran out. To be honest, she didn't know how Kurosawa ran to the entrance of the park without anyone noticing, maybe it was parkour. Meanwhile, Kurosawa Hikaru strolled down the aisle to the clubhouse. Along the way, lights were shining, and there were constant screams and shouts. It feels really good to be surrounded by people who like you and adore you. Although he felt secretly happy, Kurosawa Hikaru did not feel complacent, but remained vigilant. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of what happens. The social atmosphere in Neon is very morbid and depressing. It is easy for everyone to accumulate stress in life. Because of this, extreme psychological situations often occur. He had to be on guard in case a fan suddenly rushed over and wanted to take off his mask and see his true face. On such an occasion, if he were to take off his mask, the problem would be serious. The relationship between the piano master and the talented girl from Dongda University is a story that is envied and praised by the world. But the situation is completely different when it comes to the relationship between a female teacher from Dongda University and a college student from Dongda University. I love you. Kurosawa Hikaru walked around, his eyes watching 6 directions, his ears listening in all directions, always on guard. Because he was wearing a mask, there were blind spots in his field of vision, so he turned his head from time to time. This scene is undoubtedly a good thing for fans. Finally, Kurosawa Hikaru walked to the door of the club. Any near misses? The expected worst outcome did not occur, and Kurosawa breathed a sigh of relief. Master 0 Hour, please. As he arrived, although there were many people checking tickets at the door, the security personnel also made way for him. In the clubhouse, many people did not go directly to the concert hall to take their seats after checking their tickets, because they all heard the noise and stopped to see the 0 Hour Master's appearance. Good evening, Mr. 0 Hour. At this moment, a blonde foreigner came over and said hello in broken neon language. Mr. Robert, are you here too? Seeing his arrival, Kurosawa Hikaru was impressed by him, and he greeted him warmly, hugged him, and communicated with him in English. This Robert is a Croatian, and he was also a friend who was particularly supportive of him when he attended as a special guest. I heard that you were going to have a recital, so I immediately put aside all my affairs and came over. I even sent you a wreath. Robert was extremely happy to see such a warm embrace from him, and pointed to the numerous wreaths arranged at the door. Foreigners are not as reserved as Asians. They will tell you directly when giving you a gift. Thank you. Even so, Kurosawa Hikaru followed his movements and saw those gifts. His heart froze, but he still smiled. Although he has lived in this world for 20 years, he does as the locals do in many things, but sending wreaths is one of the cultures that is difficult for him to adapt to. You're welcome, I'm looking forward to what kind of surprises you will bring me during tonight's performance. Robert couldn't see his expression, but when he saw his pause, he thought he was very happy and laughed. At 0 Hour, there are still 15 minutes until the show starts. Let's go backstage first. At this moment, Igarashi Runa walked over on high heels. Sorry, I have to excuse you. The performance is about to start. I'll go backstage to make preparations. Seeing her interrupting, Kurosawa Hikaru naturally cooperated and turned around to explain. It doesn't matter, you go ahead. Robert knew he was starring tonight and was looking forward to the performance without getting too entangled. After that, Kurosawa Hikaru followed in the footsteps of Igarashi Runa and started walking. There are quite a few wreaths tonight. Along the way, Kurosawa Hikaru couldn't help but look back at the wreaths on both sides of the door. Something felt wrong. Although he knew that in neon, giving wreaths to others represented joy and blessings, but he just couldn't get used to it. After all, you are very famous now. You are at the peak of popularity. One of the wreaths was given to you by Rika. Igarashi Runa didn't know what he thought, she just thought it was a good thing and smiled proudly. This is the first premiere of 0 Hour. Although it is different from opening a store, it is actually very similar. Whether someone sends a wreath is a reflection of popularity. That's right, the more wreaths, the better. Generally speaking, the bigger the event, the tighter the security backstage to prevent passers-by from trespassing. As they marched, they passed one security guard after another and entered the depths of the backstage. You really scared me to death just now. Fortunately nothing happened. After entering a room, Igarashi Runa glanced at no one in the room, closed the door again, and couldn't help complaining. As an agent, she used to have very good control over artists. But facing Kurosawa, she couldn't control him. First of all, Kurosawa is a partner, and his status is not inferior to hers. Secondly, her relationship with Kurosawa is very ambiguous, and she doesn't want to do anything that would dissatisfy him, such as being against him. Sorry, there won't be a next time. Kurosawa Hikaru saw the roll of her eyes when she suddenly looked back, and he also actively admitted his mistake. He did indeed do something wrong in this matter, because he understands how to repay kindness, so he can see the kindness of others towards him. Because of this, he saw many fans leaving in disappointment, and one of them couldn't bear it and ran out. Doing so does make fans happy, but it also adds unexpected risks. As long as you understand, I won't say much about the performance. I'm sure you won't understand it. But this time it's a solo. It's different from the special guest last time. You need to adjust your state first. For example, drink water, go on bathroom. Seeing his attitude, Igarashi Runa immediately felt relieved, and then explained the matter. The most taboo thing in the relationship between people is that when one party has a conflict of opinion and one party has done something wrong, he will not bow his head and admit his mistake, which means being unreasonable. Good. Kurosawa Hikaru was very convinced of her arrangements for artist activities. No one else, just because Ms. Runa is very reliable, careful, and trustworthy. Speaking of which, are any of the 10 piano pieces given to me? After finishing business, Igarashi Runa took 2 steps forward, straightened his tie, and asked casually. Have. Seeing that she pretended to mention it casually, but was actually a little jealous, Kurosawa said without hesitation. Which one? Igarashi Runa's heart trembled and she asked again. Flower dance. Kurosawa Hikaru said after thinking. Each of the 10 piano pieces tonight is a classic, and there are many romantic piano pieces. Romantic piano music is suitable for most couples, just like love songs that can always resonate with some people. Real. Igarashi Runa's eyes lit up when she heard this poetic name. In fact, before her relationship with Kurosawa became ambiguous and exceeded friendship, she felt envious when she saw Chizuru and Misochinos receiving piano music specially written for them by Kurosawa. Because the person you like wrote a song for you, such a gift, just thinking about it, makes people yearn for it. Really, you will definitely like it. Kurosawa Hikaru smiled. Why? Igarashi Runa found that his attitude was very firm and was a little puzzled. You'll know it when you hear it. Kurosawa Hikaru is extremely confident about the 10 piano pieces he will perform. At this moment, Igarashi Runa's cell phone suddenly rang. Do you want to go to the bathroom? Igarashi Runa asked after reading the messages on her phone. Need not. Kurosawa Hikaru shook his head. Then let's go to the side stage of the performance area. After receiving this answer, Igarashi Runa nodded and said impatiently. Maybe she is an agent, but that doesn't affect her being a fan of 0 Hour. Fans are all looking forward to this performance, and so is she, what's more, because she participated in various preparations behind the scenes, that sense of participation made her look forward to it even more eagerly than ordinary fans. Tokyo's Most Affectionate. Author, Wodada Shuchu Wujin. Chapter 423. Tokyo Bunkakaikan is divided into a large concert hall and a small concert hall. The former is usually a dedicated concert hall for classical music such as concerts, ballets, operas, etc. The latter is usually a small-scale classical music concert such as chamber music, piano performances, chorus, etc. With the entrance at 7:40, it was close to 8 p.m., and the audience of the large concert hall was already full. Perhaps there were more than 2,000 spectators, but the huge hall was still quiet. People mostly talked in low voices and rarely made loud noises. The Ninomiya couple entered at the standard time, that is, after the broadcast. Because it was difficult to get a ticket, most of them were reserved tickets. The people sitting next to them were mostly partners, business leaders, or politicians who came with their wives and daughters. MSGA, your daughter has really inherited your temperament and beauty. We came to the concert hall together. While waiting for the show, the radiant, dignified and noble young woman praised it. Miss Junko's daughter is the same, just as beautiful as you. Ninomiya Chie smiled brightly when she heard her praise. They sat in the audience, enjoying themselves. Ninomiya Naoki sat calmly, looking at the seat not far away from him from time to time. That was the seat facing the center of the stage, where Ninomiya Chizuru sat, looking so beautiful. She was well-read and elegant. As a university teacher, even if she didn't wear a gorgeous evening dress or heavy makeup, her temperament was so unique. The more he saw the beauty of his baby daughter, the more uncomfortable he felt. His daughter was so good, why did she have to be disobedient and date a pianist? And she quietly participated in the MV and announced it to the world at once. A relationship was made public and known to everyone. If there was any disagreement during the relationship, how would it end? Mr. Naoki, is that the eldest daughter of the Maple Forest Group? At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, with neat hair and clothes, leaned over and asked. Yes. Hearing this, Ninomiya Naoki followed his gaze and saw the extraordinary and outstanding Shifunjayuan Mirai and the maid accompanying her in the same row, and nodded. I didn't expect that even such a big shot would come to this concert. After getting the affirmation, this middle-aged man who looked a bit gentle sighed immediately. Even if he was a political figure, the Maple Forest Group was still a behemoth to him. Even more, because the higher he stood, the more he saw, he knew very well how terrifying the Maple Forest Group was. It is no exaggeration to say that there are many members of the cabinet of Neon, all of whom belong to the faction of the Maple Forest Group. It is better not to disturb her. Ninomiya Naoki was also deeply surprised by this matter, but he was very self-aware. Even though he had struggled for decades and achieved multiple class leaps, he was only at the second class. Facing a behemoth like the Maple Forest Consortium, even he did not dare to disturb it rashly. I know. This politician was also a wise man, and that was an existence that they could not reach. As people whispered to each other, the lights in the concert hall suddenly dimmed. It's about to start. With this movement, the little girl who had specially called her parents to come with her was very excited. However, she quickly shut up after being excited. At the same time, the people who were still whispering and talking to each other became quiet when they saw the change in the lights. Even those who had never seen a piano recital before, because they were particularly concerned about this performance, also specially investigated many related matters to avoid making mistakes. Piano recital, unlike ordinary star concerts, has very strict etiquette requirements. Even more, even the clothes are particular, such as men wearing suits, women wearing skirts, small dresses or evening gowns, and jeans and slippers should be avoided. There is no need for light board support or singing along. There are also rules for applauding, such as not suddenly applauding when the performance is wonderful. Applause can only be done after a piano piece is played. In special cases, if you want to applaud during the performance, you can only do it during the encore performance. In a dark environment, the light will be more eye-catching. The black Steinway grand piano stands in the center of the stage. Under the guidance of the light, people have the opportunity to appreciate this piano like a work of art in a calm manner. At the same time, photographers deployed in various parts of the concert hall are silently operating their equipment to take pictures. The big concert hall is very quiet, and everyone is waiting for the lights to light up, waiting for subsequent changes. But just as people are waiting for the spotlight to move, or to turn it off and then on, people who are more adaptable to the dark can vaguely feel that something is moving in the darkness of the stage. The few people who were shocked by this all had their heartbeats accelerated, and their eyes followed the darkness that seemed to be moving. Click. Suddenly, a crisp sound of footsteps suddenly sounded, and with the addition of the microphone on the stage, it echoed throughout the audience. In the darkness, a figure walked out, stepped into the area of the spotlight, and appeared in front of people. Gentleman's hat, tuxedo, white shirt, black bow tie, and a signature mask. Most of the audience were surprised by his silent and unpredictable appearance. As for the few who noticed it in advance, they were all surprised. Unexpectedly, Lingxi appeared under the spotlight, walked to the piano in 2 steps, and then turned to face the audience. He didn't say anything, just facing the audience and the camera. Because of the unique mask and appearance, his expression could not be seen clearly. His straight posture like a gun looked very solemn and serious, and people dared not make loud noises. The audience who originally planned to applaud when he appeared on stage were all tense at this moment, not knowing what to do. Compared with the audience on the scene, the audience on the internet, unlike face-to-face, did not feel as strong, but they were also deeply attracted by his presence and did not dare to look away, for fear of missing something. At this moment, Lingxi took off his gentleman's hat and bowed to the audience. His movements were very graceful, and both his arm span and the curve of his bow were natural and elegant. As he bowed, the lights came on one by one, and in an instant, bright and comfortable lights filled the entire hall. I am Lingxi, and I would like to thank all the audience for watching my concert. Lingxi straightened up, gently placed his gentleman's hat on his head, and spoke to the audience again. When his magnetic and deep voice sounded, everyone seemed to have awakened deep memories. I am Lingxi, and all the audience who came to Tokyo Bunkakaikan today are very familiar with this opening statement. Because Lingxi had not released an album before, and only uploaded single videos on YouTube, fans would hear this sentence every time they listened to his songs. The calm and steady tone, the magnetic and deep mature voice, are even more recognizable than the mask, and more familiar. Lights bring people a sense of security, and familiar things bring people warmth and comfort. Pa 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 pa. The next moment, the whole audience was boiling, and thunderous applause was endless. Such an appearance was not gorgeous or dazzling at all, but the words "I am 0 hour" directly ignited the whole audience. Not only that, the audience who watched the scene on the broadcast platform were also very excited. Because the opening line "I am 0 hour" has a very important meaning, in the process of repeated listening, the meaning of the sentence has been attached too much. It is like the prelude to the sound of nature. As long as you hear the sentence, it means that the next performance will be wonderful. The moment this sentence sounded, it was as if everyone was brought back to a familiar place. So cool. Seeing this scene, Chien Inomiya couldn't help but brighten her eyes, followed everyone, integrated into the atmosphere, and actively applauded. She didn't know whether this was a deliberate design or an unintentional act, but she knew very well that 0 hour's every move, every word and deed directly ignited the atmosphere of the whole audience. This ability is very powerful. Unlike what we saw in the video before, Raitoki is very tall and in good shape. He is not the skinny type, otherwise he can't wear a tuxedo. And Raitoki's voice is also very nice, the key is his temperament, which is different from others. Is it necessary to applaud? Ninomiya Naoki found that his wife was also applauding, and he was speechless and disdainful. He didn't applaud, but just looked at the man on the stage. Wearing a mask, no one could notice the changes in his expression or his eyes. The lights were still bright, and Kurosawa Hikaru naturally noticed the existence of Ninomiya Naoki. Maybe he had never met him before, or even seen his photos, but he still saw that Ninomiya Naoki was Chizuru's father. Because looking at the whole audience, he was the only one who didn't applaud, and his eyes were hostile. Soon, the lights in the concert hall dimmed again, and the spotlight on the stage appeared in people's eyes again. Once again becoming the protagonist of the stage, Kurosawa Hikaru turned around and walked towards the piano. Seeing his upcoming performance, the applause gradually subsided. After warming up, Kurosawa Hikaru sat in front of the piano. He had already tested the sound of this piano when he arrived in advance. Although he had not played or rehearsed it specifically, he had heard the sound of each key position, and after adjusting it, it was already the most familiar state. However, he did not start playing immediately, but closed his eyes and slightly raised his head. The state of the instrument was already perfect, but his state was not yet at its peak. He was not nervous. It might be his first concert, but the theoretical knowledge and experience given by the piano made him not afraid of such a scene. Every well-known pianist has his own unique playing style, and he will have different unique insights on the same piano piece. Playing a piano piece step by step and without missing a single note may be a proof of excellence, but it does not mean that this is the best performance. Giving emotion to a piano piece is the best performance. The audience who came to the scene specifically and watched the concert online on time wanted to listen to not just a song, but his piano piece. For today's performance, he prepared 10 piano pieces. Flight of the Bumblebee, Croatian Rhapsody, The Bells, The Mark of Rain, Anne's Wonderland, Adelina by the Water, Autumn Whispers, Dance of Flowers, Wedding in Dreams, Canon Variations. Except for the bells, none of the 10 piano pieces are absolutely complete and are not exactly the same as the originals, because he couldn't completely remember the songs he had heard in his previous life. However, with the music theory knowledge of the master piano, the piano pieces he reinterpreted and filled with details are enough to show their charm. He didn't expect to be better than his teacher, he just wanted to perform his own version with his own piano skills. The moment he acquired permanent skills, he gained not only ability, but also the cultivation and self-esteem of a pianist. The next moment, Kurosawa Hikaru raised his arms and suspended them above the piano keyboard, pressed his wrists down, and his 10 fingers flew, starting the first piano piece of the solo concert, Flight of the Bumblebee. The fingering that was so fast that it brought a phantom attracted everyone's attention in just a moment, and their ears were deeply attracted by the dynamic beat that followed. In an instant, the sound of the piano exploded. Kurosawa Hikaru, who has a master-level piano, actually has the ability to appreciate any piano piece. If someone asked him, "What kind of piano piece do you think Flight of the Bumblebee is?" his evaluation is, "It is a beautiful and showy piano piece with a unique style." Perhaps this piano piece is not the most difficult to play, but the advantage of this piano piece is that the faster the playing speed, the more exciting the rhythm of the Flight of the Bumblebee is. Even laymen, even those who have never listened to piano music, even those who disdain piano music, an old antique instrument, will be attracted by it when they see someone playing Flight of the Bumblebee in front of them. Because Flight of the Bumblebee is not like an ordinary piano music, with its ups and downs and twists and turns, it can burst out with climax power the moment the prelude sounds. When Kurosawa Hikaru started his performance, the originally quiet concert hall was like a gust of wind, enough to sweep everything in. Does he really have only 10 fingers? His hand speed is so fast. The wave of piano sound swept everything, and people were shocked by the scene in front of them. Zero's hand speed was too fast, so fast that it was jaw-dropping and incredible. The cool and handsome gorgeous performance directly brought people into the world of music. How many times did he practice to be able to play the song so fast and without missing a beat like he does now? So skilled that it makes people feel distressed. Everyone has different preferences and ideas. Some are shocked by his fingering and playing, while others are impressed and moved by his skills. In fact, the performance of Flight of the Bumblebee for the purpose of showing off skills can be as short as tens of seconds, and even a minute is considered long. Because 10 piano pieces are not enough to support a concert that lasts about 90 minutes, Kurosawa Hikaru also plays it casually during the performance. Without affecting the overall performance, he adds more changes and loops, and uses different scales to express the song. In 1 minute, the audience was shocked and realized that the song was Flight of the Bumblebee, but it was played faster than on the YouTube platform. In 2 minutes, the audience was accustomed to it. No matter how surprising it was, people would get used to it after a long time. In 3 minutes, the audience couldn't believe it. Why didn't it stop? In 4 minutes, the audience was numb. Wasn't he tired at all? In 5 minutes, the audience had no other feelings except admiration. Can the piano be played like this? Watching the hands on the stage jumping to the point of leaving after images, and the arms flying horizontally but always gracefully, laymen and insiders were shocked. When the piano sound disappeared, the performance at 0 o'clock finally stopped. After the song ended, the piano master performed Flight of the Bumblebee for 5 minutes with his showmanship. Even someone as physically fit as Kurosawa Hikaru felt numbness in his fingers and his breathing became heavier. In order to perform Flight of the Bumblebee with his unique charm, he used all his strength. How is it? After taking a few breaths, Kurosawa Hikaru straightened his hunched back and looked at the audience, wanting to know how the audience reacted. The lights were dim, and the audience, shrouded in darkness and shadows, was silent. Screwed up? He wouldn't think so. He was absolutely calm and confident in his piano skills. What he wanted to know was how enthusiastic the audience's reaction would be. Perhaps it was because he couldn't see his expression or his eyes, but the action of looking up and turning his head made people understand. Pa pa pa. After a short silence, as the first person clapped, people gradually came back to their senses and followed closely. Pa 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 pa. Instantly, the applause of more than 2,000 people resounded throughout the venue, as if to overturn everything. It's wonderful. Wow. 0 hour. 0 hour. This unprecedented, eye-opening, and shocking performance made people excited and even more excited. Everyone's reaction was different, some were shocked, some were excited, and some were shocked. In fact, not all the audience here were fans. There are also some people who paid a lot of money to buy tickets, ask people to get tickets, and try every means to satisfy their families and watch together. But at this moment, they were also deeply impressed. This is too amazing. Ninomiya was shocked and smacked her lips. She has never been very interested in piano. She is too busy at work and has no time to listen to music. As an investor, she is biased against the profession of artist. She knows very well that no matter how glamorous the artist is on the surface, no matter how much fans and people like him, in front of capital, he is just like that. And the disadvantage of this profession is very obvious, that is, privacy issues are difficult to guarantee, and private life will be affected. But before this, she still changed her mind about 0 hour. It was not because she had seen those MVS, but because she found out that behind 0 hour during her investigation of 0 hour, there was a mysterious super big man standing. This big man has great power and can shake the 6 major mainstream media in Japan. 0 hour has a background and is not an ordinary artist. As long as there is a backstage, everything will be easy, she insisted on meeting him, just to find out who the super big man behind 0 hour is. But now, she was impressed by the performance. Unlike the feeling of watching on the internet, the effect and ability of the live performance shocked her. She felt very intuitively the talent contained in 0 hour and his unique value. At this moment, Ninomiya suddenly thought of something and turned her head to look. When she turned around, she saw Ninomiya Naoki sitting there with a serious expression. Although he did not applaud with everyone, his hands were clasped together on his thighs. Is he trying not to applaud? Seeing this scene, Ninomiya, who had been sleeping in the same bed for decades, noticed something and couldn't help but feel funny. This guy is really as stubborn as his daughter. What? Ninomiya Naoki saw her mouth corners raised, and suddenly felt angry and glared. Let's see his reaction when we play later. Ninomiya looked at him sideways, smiled and shook her head without saying anything, and didn't argue with him. She wanted to see how long Naoki could endure. Why is this Flight of the Bumblebee different from what I've heard before? On the other side, Akazuki Aoi kept clapping, and she felt numb all over. This is the difference between recording and live performance. Live performance is not as simple as reading from a script. There is more room for play, it's more real and more exciting. Shiina Aoi was very excited. The feeling of live performance and online listening is different. If the effect of the scene is the same as the video effect on the internet, then why should everyone spend time, energy, and money to go to the scene? This is too cool. Hinata liked Flight of the Bumblebee very much, and she felt extremely happy to see such a performance. It's worth it. At the same time, Kurosawa Hikaru stood up and bowed to thank the fans in the packed audience. Facing the applause, cheers and excitement, Kurosawa Hikaru's face behind the mask had already shown a smile. Why did he stand here and choose to be an artist? He didn't want to be an artist before, not because he looked down on this profession, nor because he was indifferent to fame and fortune, but because he felt that he might not have the talent in this area. Taking the entrance exam to Tokyo University was the best choice for him to achieve class leap and reach the peak of his life. But that night, the dream of a full house and every piano piece that could draw thunderous applause, as well as the entry-level singing voice and entry-level piano given by the system, and the appearance of Igarashi Runa, the gold medal agent, made him find a reason. Everyone has a dream of being a star, and he is no exception. Everyone has fantasized about becoming famous, standing on the stage to perform, and receiving countless applause. He enjoyed such moments very much. This feeling of being recognized and admired by everyone is an incomparable pleasure and enjoyment. What is youth? When you are happy in life, you must enjoy it to the fullest, and don't let the golden cup face the moon empty. Tokyo's Most Affectionate. Author, Wodada Shuchu Wujin. Chapter 424. Kurosawa Hikaru looked at the applause in the room and was very glad that he chose to be an artist instead of being complacent. Everyone will face countless choices in life. For example, where to go at the crossroads, what to eat for breakfast. These are not praiseworthy choices, but there are many more choices that are related to the direction of life. As 0 hour turned around again, the applause suddenly stopped. Such actions seemed to indicate the continuation of the performance. I wonder what the second song will be. Will there be an improvisational performance for every piano piece tonight? Because of the surprise and shock that Flight of the Bumblebee brought to everyone, some people began to look forward to it. The audience who can come to watch tonight are either fans who try every means and spend a lot of money to buy tickets from others, or they are fans who still stick to their faith in the face of an amount that is several times higher than the original price. Perhaps it was a huge cost, but Master 0 Hour's performance made everyone feel that their trip was worthwhile. You just finished playing the intense Flight of the Bumblebee, don't you need a little more rest? People who know piano, including pianists, are immediately surprised when they see 0 Hour sitting down again. The Flight of the Bumblebee just now is wonderful and enjoyable, but anyone with a discerning eye can feel how demanding it is physically, mentally, and physically to be as good as 0 Hour. It is no exaggeration to say that even a well-known pianist who has been immersed in piano for many years has a problem whether he can reproduce such a version with the same hand speed, let alone a 5-minute ultra-high-intensity playing. After playing this piece, I was afraid that my hands would become useless. As a result, I took a break at 0 o'clock and then played the next piece, which made me sweat. Brother Guang, please rest for a while. Because he had a super VIP ticket, he was separated from his friends. Sitting in the front row, Yuki Ichinose looked at the figure on the stage with admiration, but also heartbreak and worry. She could tell that Brother Guang's performance was simply astonishing, and every audience member present had similar feelings. But even if she was an outsider, she could feel that Brother Guang was definitely tired when he played a piano piece at such a dazzling speed. No matter what the audience in the audience or the audience online thinks. Kurosawa Hikaru sat in front of the piano again, with his hands open and stretching his fingers gently. Seeing such a scene, the audience at the scene waited silently. Wow! In contrast, because of the different atmosphere, online viewers from all over the country, especially the girls who controlled it with their hands, were dumbfounded. The skin is fair and clear, with no spots or traces. The fingers are long and slender with distinct joints. The nails are carefully trimmed and swaying gently in the air. For girls who like hands, it is simply a dream that the hands are tugging at their heartstrings. By stretching his fingers to quickly return to their natural state, Kurosawa's wrist dropped slightly and struck the keys. It's Croatian Rhapsody. The moment the prelude sounded, Robert, who was sitting in the audience, felt his heart tremble and clenched his fists with excitement. His soul would be deeply attracted. The prelude to the Croatian Rhapsody is really amazing and will shake the soul. The quality of a piano piece is not determined by the difficulty of playing it, but by its melody, its beat, and its style. This piece of music, as 0 Hour's debut work, has already gone through the baptism and tempering of time. 1,000 readers, 1,000 Hamlets. Everyone has different feelings about this piece of music, but one thing is for sure, it sounds great. Everyone was immersed in the world of music and enjoyed this visual and auditory feast. On the stage, unlike the dazzling and gorgeous performance of Flight of the Bumblebee, the performance of Croatian Rhapsody at odd hours can be described as elegant, calm, and pleasing to the eye. There is no shock, just comfortable enjoyment, as if it is the stability and comfort after a roller coaster. Unknowingly, the sound of the piano ended. After playing this piece of music, 0 Hour stood up again and faced the audience. Snap, snap, snap. The engaging piano music is enjoyable both physically and mentally, and all the audience applauds positively. The applause was still loud, but not as loud as the flying bees, which seemed to overthrow everything. Obviously, this performance was wonderful, but it was slightly lacking and failed to bring people's emotions to a more violent world. Are you exhausted? Ninomiya Naoki, who was sitting in the audience, was not very surprised when he saw this scene. Maybe he doesn't understand music, but he understands so many things. The concert started with a stunning piano piece like Flight of the Bumblebee. After that, if he couldn't play even more amazing piano pieces, it would undoubtedly leave people feeling disappointed. Before tonight, if someone asked him whether Croatian Rhapsody was stronger than Flight of the Bumblebee, he would not be able to give an answer even after watching the videos of the two piano pieces. He is not a professional piano connoisseur, so it is difficult for him to give a reasonable explanation. But what is certain is that tonight's performance, Flight of the Bumblebee, is definitely far more effective and exciting than Croatian Rhapsody. In short, he decided that Flight of the Bumblebee was a failure as a recital opening piece. He couldn't imagine what kind of piano music 0 Hour had to play to surpass the shock of Flight of the Bumblebee. The audience's response is not positive enough. At the same time, the organizers and co-organizers behind the scenes were all nervous when they saw this scene. Applause is a behavior that easily reflects the audience's feelings. The higher the proportion of emotional applause among the same number of people, the louder the sound will be. The atmosphere backstage was a bit dull, not as good as the cheers and excitement just now. Will this performance be anticlimactic? Suddenly, someone expressed his concerns. The most taboo thing in stage performances is anticlimactic. If you can achieve a dragon head and a phoenix tail, it is naturally the best thing, but in most cases, it is better to have a boring beginning, and you must ensure that the end of the performance is the finale. You know, stage performances are very particular about the atmosphere. If an audience leaves midway, even if it is just one person, it will be an extremely heavy blow to the leading actors on the stage. As soon as this was said, it directly hit everyone's morale. That's not the case. Adeline at the Water's Edge can definitely bring the atmosphere of the concert back to its peak. This piano piece has extraordinary meaning. The cultural director of the Tokyo Bunkakaikan, who is in charge of the exhibition, is a man in his 50s wearing glasses. He shook his head and comforted everyone. After hearing this, some people behind the scenes wanted to speak, but they opened their mouths and dared not speak. They naturally knew how good Adeline at the Water's Edge was. This piano piece, whether it was influence, meaning, or melody, was applauded. However, They also knew that there were 6 piano pieces in the program tonight that they had never heard of. No one knew what style those 6 piano pieces were, and they had not been tested and certified by the market. Ms. Igarashi, what do you think? The cultural director knew that everyone's silence did not mean peace of mind, so he could only look at Igarashi Runa on the side, hoping that she would say a few words. As the agent of Zero Hour, Igarashi Runa knew Zero Hour better than anyone else. At this time, the effect of her guaranteeing everyone was more convincing. Don't worry, the arrangement of the program is the result of careful consideration by Zero Hour. Next is the bell, and the effect will not be worse than Flight of the Bumblebee. Igarashi Runa turned around and looked at the staff behind the scenes after noticing the request for help from the cultural director. Yes. Master Zero Hour's The Bell is a masterpiece in the world. As soon as this was said, everyone felt relieved and praised. As the staff behind the scenes of Tokyo Cultural Center, they have a higher appreciation of piano music than ordinary audiences because of their eyes and ears. That's why they once saw Master Zero Hour playing the bell. Even though it has been a long time, it still makes people's scalps numb when they think about it. They are impressed and overwhelmed. After successfully calming everyone down, Igarashi Runa took his mobile phone and continued to watch the live broadcast footage and comments on the internet. Unlike the scene, the internet is a place where people can speak freely. Their comments are more real and more lethal. We must control the situation well. The response is not that intense. At the same time, Kurosawa Hikaru on the stage naturally noticed that everyone's applause was not as enthusiastic as before, and thought secretly. He knows piano, so he knows very well that even if his piano skills are superb or at the pinnacle, he can't play Croatian Rhapsody well. Every piano piece has different characteristics. Not all piano pieces can be played at a speed of more than 10 notes per second like Flight of the Bumblebee, and the effect can still be very good. The vast majority of piano pieces must be played at a specific beat and speed to show their charm. After listening to Flight of the Bumblebee, are you disappointed to hear Croatian Rhapsody, which is not much different from the original? Perhaps knowing this, Kurosawa Hikaru did not get discouraged. After bowing and thanking the applause, he spoke. All the audience shook their heads when they heard this question. In fact, perhaps Croatian Rhapsody is not that shocking, but it is still very beautiful. It's just that its beat is not that fierce, which makes people calm down a lot. Unlike the staff behind the scenes, who will consider the overall situation, the audience's feelings are not that intense. After listening to it, everyone is still unsatisfied and waiting for the next piano piece to bring everyone what kind of surprise. It's so beautiful, how can I be disappointed? Because it was a question, someone plucked up the courage to shout loudly. That's right. Some people broke the precedent, and many people echoed. Fans are a group of people who are fanatical about something and worship a certain star, artist, or thing. That's why these fans didn't feel it was wrong at all. Instead, they were very happy to hear the live version of Croatian Rhapsody. Thank you for your recognition. The next third piano piece is Liszt's The Bells. I hope it will satisfy you. Facing everyone's encouragement, Kurosawa Hikaru nodded slightly and said. Is it the bell? It's finally its turn. Pa 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 pa. After hearing these words, the fans were stunned, and then they looked at each other in surprise, and then they applauded and looked forward to it. In an instant, the applause was thunderous, which was no less than the momentum after the performance of Flight of the Bumblebee. Unlike Flight of the Bumblebee and Croatian Rhapsody, Liszt's The Bells only exists in the video of the finals of the Kawaii Asian Piano Competition in Neon, so not all fans have heard it. The most important thing is that everyone knows one thing: Master Zero Hour once relied on The Bells to sweep away controversy, become a god in one battle, and even appeared in news magazines. The importance of Zero Hour's The Bells in the eyes of fans is no less than that of Adelina at the water's edge. Facing such applause, Kurosawa Hikaru smiled gently behind his mask, and then walked to the piano and sat down. However, he did not start playing immediately, but waited in a posture, waiting for the noise in the venue to completely subside. When the audience's voices completely subsided, Kurosawa Hikaru played a new movement. When his fingers danced, the beautiful and melodious piano sound echoed in the concert hall, taking everyone to another world. In a distant place, under the dawn before dawn, the huge bell tower made a low sound, awakening the sleeping soul. This bell tower, carrying history and years, seems to be a witness to the epoch and a guide of time. As the sun rose, with the sound of bells one after another, the bustle of noon brought hundreds of bells to ring, which was shocking. As the sun set, when the gorgeous afterglow faded, the bells rang again, bringing endless bells. Boom! The door of a magnificent auditorium was pushed open, people were singing and dancing, gorgeous lights were overflowing, and heaven was in it. The three-part design of the bell was too brilliant. When the movement reached its climax, no one could resist his charm. Everyone was suffocated and completely immersed in the world in front of them. This grand singing and dancing event was wonderful and beautiful, attractive and fascinating. When the bell rang, Kurosawa Hikaru finished playing. This time, he did not look at the audience, but slightly raised his head, also immersed in that wonderful world. The piano piece The Bell is so beautiful, with exquisite design, heart-tightening beats, fascinating melody, and the feeling when playing, all of which made him sink into it and unable to extricate himself. The whole audience was silent, and everyone was immersed in the world of the bell. Wonderful! Among the crowd, Ninomiya Naoki was the first to come back to his senses, and he let out a long breath, still wanting more. What he could not even notice was that he held his breath unconsciously, listening attentively, not wanting to miss any moment. At this moment, Kurosawa Hikaru also woke up from the aftertaste. Tick, tick, tick. Kurosawa Hikaru stood up, faced the audience, and walked forward a few steps. The footsteps were obvious, different from the silent sound when he appeared. Such a sound awakened everyone. Wow! Master Zero Hour, I love you. Can you do it again? The next moment, the applause exploded, even louder than Flight of the Bumblebee. Not only that, people could not even contain their admiration and enthusiasm, cheering and shouting. Whether the audience had heard the bell before or had never heard the bell, they were all amazed by this piano piece. Because this piano piece is a triple feast for vision, hearing, and soul. Seeing the three piano pieces with passionate and shocking melodies, and the feelings they brought to everyone, Kurosawa Hikaru bowed with satisfaction. In fact, he thought a lot about the arrangement and design of the playlist. He originally thought about whether to disrupt the order of these three passionate piano pieces and insert them into the romantic piano pieces. But after thinking about it, he still felt that it was not appropriate, so he simply put these three pieces at the front to heat up the atmosphere on the scene. Because emotions will gradually stabilize over time. If he suddenly played the fast-paced Flight of the Bumblebee after playing a romantic piano piece, the completely different impact would naturally arouse the audience's response, but it would not be conducive to everyone entering the romantic and emotional realm. Great! Ninomiya couldn't help but applaud when she saw the calm and elegant posture of Lingxi, a figure that was sought after and admired by people. The mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law and became happier and happier. This reaction is appropriate. Saifanjayuan Marai, who was sitting in the audience, looked around and watched everyone's reactions, extremely fascinated and proud. The man she liked was so excellent, and his skills were even more amazing. The next fourth piano piece is called Mark of the Rain. It is not as passionate as the first three. I hope everyone will like it. Accepting everyone's applause and cheers, Kurosawa Hikaru took advantage of the good atmosphere and announced a new song. Hearing this, people found that it was a song they had never heard of before, and they were aware of it, but full of expectations. After Flight of the Bumblebee, everyone was able to appreciate the charm of the 0 hour with the surprise of the bell. At the same time, Kurosawa Hikaru did not need to rest for long before he started playing. The fourth piano piece, Mark of the Rain, has a soft melody, beautiful and moving, pure and peaceful. Its style is soft and healing, which can calm people's hearts and minds. It is very suitable as the beginning of a romantic piano piece. There is no intense performance, nor gorgeous fingering. When the piano sounded, the temperament of the moment changed. How could it be like this? It's so beautiful. Listening to its melody, the audience was moved, surprised, and immersed in it. After the passionate and compact piano music, such a soft piano sound is like a rest stop on the journey, which makes people's hearts calm. The fifth piano piece, Annie's Wonderland, has a melodious rhythm, beautiful and pleasant, which can make people immersed in it, imagine and forget all troubles. What a beautiful music! The beautiful melody seems to take the audience into a fairy tale world that is indifferent to the world. The name of the piano piece is very important. No one knows who Anne is, but everyone can understand the meaning of Wonderland. These two piano pieces also received countless applause. Most Japanese people have accumulated pressure in their hearts. These pressures come from life, compromise, regret, and fatigue. That's right. Compared to the passionate melody that awakens the blood in their hearts, everyone enjoys this healing and beautiful music more. The next sixth piano piece, Excuse Me, is not dedicated to everyone, but to my Adeline. Kurosawa Hikaru could feel that these two piano pieces healed the hearts and anger of the audience and returned to a harmonious state. He said after receiving the applause. Hearing this, the audience was stunned. The next moment, everyone realized something. For a moment, even if the lights were dim, all the audience turned their heads and looked at the position in front of the center of the stage. Because there are two protagonists in this concert tonight, one is 0 hour and the other is 0 hour's Adeline. No need to say more, just relying on such words, everyone realized that the name of the sixth piano piece is Adeline by the Water, which is popular all over the internet and even famous overseas. Recommend a friend's book. You can take a look if you are interested. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Tokyo's Most Affectionate. Author, Wodada Shuchu Wujin. Chapter 426. How popular is Adeline by the Water? As the latest single released by Lingxi on the internet, and also the first single to be specially filmed with an MV, its playback volume, influence, popularity and other aspects have surpassed Flight of the Bumblebee and Croatian Rhapsody. Such an achievement is due to the positioning of this piano piece. It is like a love letter of the new century, just like the beautiful moonlight, a beautiful and moving confession. The lights in the concert hall are still focused on the stage. But Lingxi's words made all the pairs of eyes in the darkness focus on a certain seat. At this moment, another spotlight was turned on, accurately aiming at Ninomiya Chizuru. Originally, everyone in the audience knew Adeline's position, and now the appearance of the light attracted people's attention. Wow! Under the illumination of the light, it was clear to see, and many people were amazed. The already beautiful Ninomiya Chizuru, under the light, showed her beauty to the fullest. Because of the angle, most people can't see the whole picture from the back. Of course, even if you can't see the whole picture, you can still know her beauty. This back view is so amazing, so beautiful that it's breathtaking. The sudden light made Ninomiya Chizuru's body a little tense, but she didn't panic. She just gently raised her white wrist, fiddled with her hair, sat calmly and naturally, and looked up at the 0 hour on the stage. Calm, cold, elegant, such movements are even more fascinating. Miss Adelina is so handsome. Seeing this scene, Chiyukui was extremely excited, admiring, and screaming in her heart. Putting herself in her shoes, if it was her, facing such a scene, it would be impossible for her to be so calm. This is a public confession, or a show of affection. However, such a development is a welcome thing for fans. Looking at Lingxi on the stage and Adelina below the stage, this pair of talented men and beautiful women is really enviable. Under the spotlight, the two people looked at each other from a distance. Even though Lingxi was wearing a mask, everyone had a feeling that he was looking at Adelina. This was indeed the case. Kurosawa Hikaru looked at Ninomiya Chizuru in the center of the super VIP seat, and his eyes were deeply attracted. Because under the spotlight, her skin, which was already whiter than snow, was crystal-like and glowing, and the faint and proud smile on her mature and delicate face was even more beautiful. Obviously, he enjoyed the moment of being noticed now, and so did she. She earned it. Shifunjayuan Mirai saw Ninomiya Chizuru under the spotlight and felt a little envious. This is too happy. Ichi-no-Yuki was very envious. Girls may feel troubled by being publicly confessed in most cases. Because the feelings of two people, which should be communicated privately, have to be moved to public places. But if the person who publicly confessed his love was the one a girl liked, she would feel wonderful just thinking about it. Mr. Ninomiya is so beautiful. Since Miki Shiraha had a super VIP ticket and was sitting in the first row, she bent down and looked out, and saw the stunning profile of Chizuru Ninomiya, and couldn't help thinking. Whether it was Miss Ichi-no's or Mr. Ninomiya, they were both so beautiful that even she, a girl, thought they were super beautiful. After staring at each other for a long time, Kurosawa Hikaru retracted his gaze and turned around to walk towards the piano. There was no need for too much preparation or adjustment, as if it had been played countless times and it was natural. Kurosawa Hikaru put his hands down and began to play. When the piano sounded, people who were still immersed in Adelina's beauty were all refreshed. The beautiful and dreamy melody seemed to bring people to the world by the water in an instant. Even though I have listened to it online many times, and even though I have watched the MV many times, the feeling of the live performance brings shock and impact that is hard to describe. Master Zero Time is really handsome. This is too affectionate. Adeline is so happy. It may be because the man and woman are looking at each other. Even if you can't see his face, seeing Zero Time's elegant and calm performance, you can deeply appreciate his romance and handsomeness. A simple and easy to difficult popular piano piece can play this feeling. His piano skills are really strong. Who is behind that mask? Should I also change the direction of composition? I can't be too obsessed with professionalism and difficulty. Faced with such a performance, many pianists are full of emotion. In fact, all pianists will deliberately avoid popular songs as they go further and further on the professional path. There is a contempt chain in all walks of life. In the classical music circle, the bottom of the song contempt chain is Zero Time's popular piano music. Maybe it is very famous, and even achieved unimaginable achievements in a short period of time. But its arrangement structure, harmony direction, chord texture, and many other aspects are too simple, without any technical content, and cannot prove its strength. For professional pianists, they don't even need to transcribe the score specifically, they can completely reproduce the song just by listening to it a few times. Even more, an ordinary person who has just started learning piano can play this piece. But even such a piano piece without technical content, in the hands of Lingxi, it blooms with romantic and dreamy charm, as if it has life, fascinating, like the sound of nature. Master Lingxi is really amazing. Shizuka Kitajima in the audience was very intoxicated listening to this piece. General pianists play the piano just by reading from the book. If they can play various difficult professional pieces without making mistakes, they are considered successful. Professional pianists have their own style and have unique insights into various professional pieces. And Master Lingxi, He has superb piano skills and can also compose such dreamy and romantic pieces. Kurosawa Hikaru. At this moment, Ninomiya Chizuru looked at Kurosawa Hikaru on the stage. Her eyes and sight were completely absorbed, and she didn't want to move away for a moment. What kind of experience is it to be under the stage, watching the beloved man play a romantic love song for you? In fact, she had watched Kurosawa Hikaru on stage more than once, playing a romantic and lyrical piano piece for her. The first to Alice, and later Adelina by the water. At that time, they had just finished their date by the water, and Kurosawa brought this piano piece. The first public appearance of Lingxi, as a special guest, was responsible for the curtain call, but with only 3 piano pieces, it amazed everyone. At that time, she was very happy, honored, and proud, and there was an extra expectation in her heart. She was looking forward to the day when Lingxi would tell everyone their story. In order for this day to come earlier, she resigned from the glorious and decent job of a teacher at the University of Tokyo, wanting to use more time to wash off the label of a teacher. When Kurosawa Hikaru invited her to star in the MV, she subconsciously resisted because she was not a person who liked to show up. But she was smart, and she thought about it and knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The luxuriant branches and leaves bore fruit, and the accumulation of bits and pieces, and the progress step by step, contributed to this moment. Happiness, pride, relief, heartbeat, all kinds of emotions gathered in her heart. The sweetness of this moment was like eating the sweetest candy in the world, enough to dispel all the bitterness. Ninomiya Chizuru's eyes trembled, reflecting Kurosawa Hikaru on the stage. The scenery she saw was different from that of the world. The scenery she saw, the Mask of 0 Hour, did not exist at all. Kurosawa Hikaru was like a prince, sitting on the stage elegantly and affectionately, playing the most beautiful piano music in the world for her. The scenery she saw came from the distant past and the expected future. Adeline by the water, for many audiences, has been heard many times. When the beautiful melody sounded, it was not only the music itself that resonated with them, the beating notes turned into a gust of wind, awakening the past, blowing the dreams left in the corner, and turning into the most beautiful old times. Every boy has an Adeline in his heart. Every girl has a 0 Hour in her heart. The beautiful and moving melody finally ended. When the piano sound disappeared, everyone in the concert hall was still in a state of anxiety for a long time. Kurosawa Hikaru stood up, wearing a mask, and faced Ninomiya Chizuru again. During the performance, the spotlight was always on them. Perhaps there was a darkness and a stage between the two of them. However, in the beautiful piano sound, his feelings were stronger than anyone else's. Because he recalled the day when they went on a date in Azura Valley. Chizuru was really cute, she was smart, mature and calm, but also clumsy and ignorant. Chizuru was really beautiful. He felt that he would never forget the scene of Chizuru taking off her high heels and black silk stockings, standing barefoot on the cold stone, toes clasped, nervous and helpless, until he died. In addition, there was the day when Chizuru was in the martial arts hall, when tears fell from her beautiful and mature face like pearls on a string, as if everything was shattered. Do you like it? All kinds of memories came to his mind. Kurosawa Hikaru saw her happy and sweet smile, raised his mouth and asked softly. I like it? Chizuru Ninomiya, whose thoughts had long been brought up by the sound of the piano and whose love surged like a tide, nodded without hesitation when she heard this question. Pa 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 pa. Seeing this scene, the audience came back to their senses, and like witnesses at a wedding, they applauded and blessed their love. Pa pa pa. Chien Ninomiya also applauded enthusiastically when she saw this scene. Because she could see her daughter's profile and her happy look. As a woman, she could feel the same way. She knew how happy this moment was for Chizuru. Clap too. Excited and happy, Chien Ninomiya looked at her husband beside her and saw that he didn't clap even though his hands were very close, So she invited him. What's there to clap for? Naoki Ninomiya glanced at her unhappily. Seeing how stubborn he was, Ninomiya had no choice but to force him. The dialogue between Lingxi and Adeline was also captured by an experienced photographer. In an instant, the audience watching the live broadcast in front of their mobile phones, TVs, and computers were completely excited. So sweet. She is so handsome. When Adelina said she likes it, does she mean this piano piece, or 0 Hour? Then you must like 0 Hour, I'm going to be so sweet. When can I meet my 0 Hour? I really want to have such a dialogue. Like. Love 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 love. Adelina by the water is really great. The one in front, I can be your 0 Hour. When a man plays Adelina by the water for you, it represents his confession. When a thing is named in the name of love, its value and meaning will increase infinitely, just like a diamond. Because of Adelina's appearance, 0 Hour's existence has become a beautiful image for most girls. Play romantic piano music for the woman you love. For the sake of beautiful love, announce it to the public. Call. When Saifanjayu and Mirai saw this scene, they all let out a sigh of relief and leaned on their chairs. In fact, she felt it the moment she saw Chizuru Ninomiya's appearance on the way to the Tokyo Bunkakaikan, which directly caused all the fans to get excited. Tonight, Ninomiya Chizuru will have a peak moment that most women will never be able to experience in their entire lives. She had already prepared herself mentally, but everything that happened in front of her still made her heartstrings tighten. Mr. Kurosawa is truly gifted. Sayaka Akai, who was sitting next to her, did not have so many emotional entanglements, but only expressed sincere admiration. Maybe she is a maid, but apart from taking care of the eldest lady's daily life, her status and treatment are the same as those of her master. You know, being a maid is not easy, you have to go through competition. She can command most of the maids and servants at her main residence in Saifanjayuan. When she goes out, she will go to various occasions with her owner. Because of this, she has attended many classical concerts. But when she looked back, she realized that all the classical concerts she had attended over the years pale in comparison to this one. When will it be the turn of Dream Wedding? Ichino's Yuki's heart was also tight, which made her look forward to it involuntarily. She knew that Brother Guang had also written a piano piece for her, and that piano piece was extremely beautiful, definitely not inferior to Adelina by the waterside. Kurosawa senpai is so handsome. As for Miki Bayu, she looked at 0 Hour on the stage and was extremely excited. 1. Backstage, Igarashi Runa saw the response on the internet, and her heartstrings couldn't stop accelerating. As an agent with a sharp eye and keen intuition, she could foresee that the dialogue between Kurosawa Hikaru and Chizuru was enough to make this concert a classic. A beautiful conversation is definitely not piled up with gorgeous words. Just like the moonlight is so beautiful, at this moment, 0 Hours do you like it, Adelina affirmed I like it without hesitation. As long as she promotes it with the operation team, she can even make this sentence an annual gold medal sentence. The seventh piano piece that follows is called Whispers of Autumn. After looking at each other affectionately, Kurosawa Hikaru moved again and spoke. Perhaps their dialogue and words were spontaneous and not planned in advance, but the piano recital was not over yet. Master 0 Hour's naming skills are so strong, as are Mark of the Rain, Annie's Wonderland, Adelina by the Water, and Autumn Whispers. Autumn Whispers, I don't know what kind of music it is, it should be a romantic piano music. As soon as these words came out, all the audience's minds were drawn back to the concert, and they were looking forward to the piano music. The name is very important, like the title of a movie or the title of a book. A name can represent a work. When people mention those few words, they will think of a lot. And before seeing a step's work, a nice name is very important. Just like Annie's Wonderland and Mark of the Rain, when people hear the name, they have an impression, and when they hear the melody, they can be more immersed in it. Everyone thought it was a good name, poetic and beautiful, and made a good impression. However, among the entire audience, there was only one person who felt completely different. Autumn Whispers. Sci-fi savored the name, looked at Kurosawa Hikaru on the stage, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. She once made a request to Agwang, wanting a piano song that was unique to her. Agwang agreed to her, and later mentioned the matter again, saying that he had written it out for her, but he did not want to reveal the title of the song, saying that she would understand it when she heard it. She was looking forward to this matter, and she also had doubts that were difficult to explain. What kind of piano music is it? There is no need to say it clearly. She will know it is written for her as soon as she hears it. Even though she was extremely smart, experienced, and well-read, she still couldn't come up with the answer. But now, she finally understands. Agwang once asked her what season she liked, and her answer was autumn. And whispers are the happy time that belongs exclusively to them. Sitting in front of the piano, Kurosawa started playing. When the beautiful sound of the piano sounds, it is as if it is the silent arrival of autumn. Different from Adelina by the Water, it is particularly charming for those who like autumn. The heartstrings of the future of Sci-fi were attracted in just a moment. The gentle and beautiful melody, lingering and lingering, brought her into a world full of reality and fantasy, full of autumn. The autumn wind is bleak, and the red fallen leaves pave the garden into a red carpet. She and Kurosawa Hikaru sat at the stone pavilion in the garden, drinking afternoon tea, laughing and whispering. No one knew what they talked about, but she knew that it must be words about putting aside all worries, not caring about others, and opening up her heart. She likes this kind of melody, every note is peaceful and comfortable. It's like two people going on an autumn outing during a busy and ordinary day, and finding comfort by chance. Not long after, the piano music ended. In the large concert hall, applause broke out again. Only this time, Sci-fi Yuan did not applaud, but took out his mobile phone and wrote the content. I'm looking forward to the fall. Just like they often whispered in the past, she sent an email to Kurosawa Hikaru. After finishing this matter, Sci-fi raised his head and looked at 0 Hour on the stage. Maybe there was a mask between them, but she could feel that Agwang was looking at her. It is different from the explosion of Flight of the Bumblebee, and it is also different from the love story of Adelina by the Water. This song Autumn Whispers is beautiful, it simply brings spiritual enjoyment and sublimation to people. However, people are not immersed in this too much, but are looking forward to the next one. Among the whole audience, only Sci-fi Yuan felt differently. But that's no problem, she enjoys this feeling very much, it doesn't need to be known to everyone, nor does it need to be the center of attention. Just like before, it is a secret that belongs to two people alone. The seventh piano piece that follows is called Dance of Flowers. After the simple interaction, Kurosawa took a short break and prepared to play the next piece. Upon hearing such a track title, the audience's reaction was relatively calm. Coming. Only in the background, Igarashi Runa couldn't help but feel excited when she heard the name. Coming. Seeing this reaction, everyone else in the background looked at her in confusion. Is this song Dance of Flowers special? The cultural director was a little curious. Tonight, this was the first time he saw Miss Igarashi so excited. As a 0 Hour agent, she might know something inside. To this question, Igarashi Runa did not respond. Instead, she walked to the side, picked up a pair of headphones, and listened to the ultimate radio. Immediately afterwards, Kurosawa Hikaru started his performance. Igarashi Runa listened to its sound quietly. The moment the prelude played, the delicate, elegant, gentle and romantic sound made people feel comfortable physically and mentally. When the main melody sounded in the high register, the clear and translucent strings and the melodious melody made her heartstrings sink into it in an instant. Beautiful music can always move people's hearts. There is no MV for this track, so she has to rely on her own imagination to feel what Kurosawa Hikaru wants to express. Suddenly, Kurosawa Hikaru's words in the background appeared in her ears. "Really, you'll love it? You'll know it when you hear it?" She was very confused at the time, because Kurosawa's character rarely said certainly. But at this moment, she really liked this piece of music. Ethereal, natural, and moving, she felt a full enthusiasm and the power of dancing, as if it would never stop for a moment, turning, undulating, jumping, complex and stunning, and full of charm. Is this how I look in his mind? Savoring the beauty of this piano music, Igarashi Runa couldn't help but think, "Wow! Isn't this nice to hear?" At the same time, when everyone in the background heard such a natural sound, their heartstrings swayed and they were intoxicated. Originally, they had no expectations for flower dance because they had never heard of it. But Runa Igarashi's reaction made them pay more attention and expect more to this song. The moment when you expect a response, that kind of touch can touch the depths of your soul. Different from Adelina by the Water, this piece has its own unique beauty. I would indeed like. Igarashi Runa actually doesn't quite understand why Kurosawa Hikaru wrote such a song for her. She can't dance, but she really likes it. The next ninth piano piece is called Dream Wedding. The first half of the concert was coming to an end, and Kurosawa started playing without much pause. As soon as these words came out, all the audience understood something and looked at Ninomiya Chizuru. It should be said that it was Adelina. Because the word wedding is an extremely important word for both men and women. "This is mine." Following the reaction of the entire audience, Yuki Ichino saw the scene and thought to himself, as a little girl, no matter how mature she is, she still has some immature emotions when she is jealous. After waiting all night, it was finally her turn. Soon, the piano sounded. G minor. The moment the piano sounded, many knowledgeable spectators were stunned. Because the track title sounds like it should be a happy and cheerful feeling, at least, it shouldn't be in the sad key of G minor. Although I didn't understand the reason for composing the music for a while, the sweet and romantic sound of the piano still touched people's hearts. Sounds so good. Ichino's Yuki was in a happy, sweet, and happy mood. She didn't know piano, and she didn't know any keys, but she understood Hikaru's love for her and the meaning of the wedding. She can tell that this piece of music is very good, definitely not inferior to Adelina by the Water. Not everyone knows how to appreciate music. Everyone has different reasons for liking music, just like some people are attracted by song titles. She was like this. When she listened to such a beautiful melody, what came to her mind was the scene when she and brother Guan walked into the church one day. Is this the piano music he composed during the Cold War between me and him? Ninomiya Chizuru looked at Kurosawa Hikaru on the stage, feeling a little distressed and guilty. She didn't know what happened between Kurosawa Hikaru and Ichino's Yuki in the office. Because of this, she felt that this piece was given to her by Hikari. She likes the piano very much. Maybe she can't play it, but she has learned a lot of music theory knowledge from written books and knows how to appreciate it. She could hear the meaning and melody of this piano music, as if there was a sadness of not getting what she wanted, as well as the sadness of watching the one she loved walk away but not being able to catch up. Because love is not available, he can only look forward to the wedding of two people in his dreams, which is dreamy and sweet. But a dream is a dream after all, and you will wake up eventually. The 10th piano piece that follows is called the Canon Variations. It's the best piece of music in my opinion. When Kurosawa Hikaru stood up again to receive the applause, he spoke. Is it better than Adelina by the Water? After hearing this, a fan immediately appeared and couldn't help but talk loudly. The piano music tonight is all very good, Each one is so amazing, each one is immersive and has a unique charm. Because of this, every time they listen to a piano piece, the audience's love and admiration for Zero Hour becomes deeper. Having said that, no matter how many piano songs there are, most people think that Adilina by the Waterside is destined to be the highest masterpiece of Zero Hour. In fact, many in the audience knew Canon in D major. In 1680, Johann Pachelbel composed the canon, which became popular for hundreds of years. What's more, the 8 bars of the canon formed a musical spell that was repeated over and over again in musical works of different periods. Perhaps so, in the hearts of many fans, Adelina by the Waterside is still stunning and touching. Nietzsche once said, "Life without music will be a mistake." I firmly believe in this. When I am happy or sad, there will always be a melody that goes with me. Kurosawa Hikaru did not nod or shake his head, but raised his hands and started talking. Many people who spoke nodded in agreement with these words. Would life without music be a mistake? Ninomiya Naoki was thoughtful when he heard these words. He had also seen Nietzsche's words before. Before this performance, he would have scoffed at it, because he felt that even without music, it would have no impact on humans. But now, he has changed his mind slightly. Adirina by the Water is my favorite song. Its melody and the memories it inspires fascinate me deeply. It is really good. But canon variations shocked me. It is unparalleled. Please listen carefully. Kurosawa Hikaru knew that his remarks just now would cause dissatisfaction among some fans. He tried every means to make up for it with words, but in the end it was all in vain and he simply used the facts to speak for himself. After that, he turned around and walked to the piano. This time, his steps were no longer elegant and calm, he was even a little eager. He couldn't wait to bring the best music in his mind to everyone. He still remembered that in his previous life, on his way to an internet cafe, he saw a middle-aged woman dressed in elegant clothes, sitting in front of a piano arranged by a business, playing canon selflessly. That day, he was stunned and forgot about the netizens waiting for him to play Black. He stood there and listened to the whole song. He forgot the noise of the crowd, as if time had stood still. This track is very bland, with no exciting rhythm or strong emotional changes. In fact, he had appreciated the charm of the piano long before Adelina by the Water. It was just that at that time, he did not look up the stories related to canon, nor did he listen to it repeatedly, but that melody was forever engraved in the depths of his soul. While the audience was watching, Hikaru Kurosawa began to play canon variations. When his hands fell and the sound of the piano sounded, all the audience in the large concert hall were moved. Warmth, comfort, healing, tranquility. As Lingxi's hands played softly and tenderly on the keyboard, the sound of the piano, which was like the sound of nature, struck directly into the soul. In an instant, it seemed as if a gust of wind blew, bringing the gentleness of the world and smoothing away all the impetuousness. When the main melody sounded, everyone was impressed. What is this? Even Ninomiya Naoki, who usually disdains music, widened his eyes and held his breath at this moment. Tranquility and peace are like touching the softest place deep in the heart. The gurgling water is extremely beautiful. Everyone was staring at Zero Hour on the stage, watching him play the most beautiful music in the world. In fact, many musicians have adapted canon in D major. Its melody is suitable for most instruments, and there are so many versions that they cannot be counted. And now, Master Zero Hour's adaptation of canon in D major shows the best music with the charm of the piano, the king of instruments. In the end, the song ended and the whole audience was silent. Even more, some people had already shed tears while listening. Maybe it was because of emotion, or it touched the softest place deep in the heart. Master Zero Time is right. This is indeed the best music. It's so beautiful. After the silence, the whole audience was in uproar. No need to say more, such a divine performance directly swept away everyone's doubts. Is this a genius? A stroke of genius? Many pianists were in awe, and when they looked at Zero Time on the stage again, they felt like a god. In fact, as early as the performance of the first 9 piano pieces, they had already been impressed, and even their ideas about music and piano had changed. But the advent of the canon variations adapted by Zero Time made them completely fall physically and mentally. They could even foresee what kind of changes this piano solo concert tonight would bring to the piano world. It was destined to be a big earthquake, enough to destroy everything and overturn everything. Pot, pot, pot. Finally, after playing 10 piano pieces, Kurosawa Hikaru stood up, took a few steps forward, bowed and thanked the audience for their cheers and applause. 0 hour. At this moment, someone suddenly howled. 0 hour. This shout was like turning on a switch. All the audience cheered and shouted the name of the person on the stage, as if they were looking at a hero. Everyone's reactions and feelings were different, but thousands of words turned into applause. Finally applauding. Ninomiya Chie was also applauding. She also saw her husband beside her quietly applauding, and couldn't help thinking. True excellence is worthy of admiration even if it is an enemy. This time the applause was too exaggerated, and it lasted for several minutes before gradually subsiding. This was just the response of more than 2,000 audiences. If the venue was a larger stage, it would be even more terrible. In fact, my repertoire is not enough, and it can only support the first half. This is the last of the 10 piano pieces. I think it is the most appropriate to end the first half of the performance. After waiting for a long time, Kurosawa Hikaru waited until the audience's excitement was almost vented, and then he straightened up and said, "Is this the last song?" Hearing this, some audience members immediately felt sorry. Happy times are always short-lived. They originally thought that this triple feast of vision, hearing, and soul would last until the end of the second half. In the second half, everyone will request songs. As long as there are no copyright issues, whether it is classical music or my music, I can play it for you. Facing everyone's disappointment, Kurosawa Hikaru had expected it and added. With a master-level piano, he can play all the classic piano music without even practicing. For example, for the clock, he doesn't even need to find the music score specifically, because the music score has long been engraved in his mind. Any music is fine. One audience member was bolder and spoke loudly across the air. Any music is fine. Kurosawa Hikaru nodded affirmatively. Hiss. Hearing this answer, the professional pianists in the audience all took a breath. This is too much. If it were someone else, they would definitely treat it as a joke. But the person who said this was 0 hour, and they couldn't even doubt it. Why not play the 10 pieces in the first half again? We haven't heard enough. At this moment, Kitajima Shizuka was very courageous and spoke loudly as one of the representatives of the fan group. I want to listen to the bell. I want to listen to Adeline by the water. Master 0 hour, please, I really want to listen to canon variations again. Autumn Whisper. Dance of Flowers. Wedding in the Dream. Flight of the Bumblebee. At the same time, the audience began to express their expectations. Each audience has subtle differences in their preferences, and that's why everyone's favorite pieces are different. As for classical pieces, no one chose them. Because many classical pieces have been heard in other places by the audience. But many of Master 0 hour's piano pieces are the first time they have ever heard them in their lives. These piano pieces are all never boring to listen to, and it's not satisfying to listen to them just once. We will wait until the second half for the second half of the music. After playing 10 pieces in a row, I need to take a break. Please wait a moment. Kurosawa Hikaru was aware of everyone's appeals, but he listened to the instructions and spoke. Unlike watching a movie, a concert has an intermission. This is true for both the protagonist and the audience. Perhaps the interval in the middle may make the listening experience fragmented and not coherent enough. But after the main actor leaves the scene, the audience can go to the toilet, find water to drink, and share their thoughts on the first half. This is a good choice for everyone. After saying that, under the instructions of the director, Kurosawa waved to everyone and walked to the side stage of the performance area. Facing his departure, fans also waved enthusiastically. Perhaps due to the influence of the lighting, their behavior and movements could not be seen, but they still had a very positive interaction. These piano music are so amazing. It's so cool. When will Master 0 Hour release an album? I want to buy 3 sets. One for listening, one for collecting, and one for preaching. When they left the venue at 0 Hour and the lights came on, the fans were filled with sighs. At the same time, there were a lot of wails in the comment area of YouTube's broadcast platform. I hate that I couldn't go to the venue for this performance. If I had known it was so good, even if I could only eat cup noodles this month, I would have paid a high price to buy a ticket to go there. Even though it was broadcast, they still felt how amazing this performance was. It is no exaggeration to say that starting from the 4th song The Mark of Rain, Master 0 Hour's new songs are like the sound of nature, so good that your ears will get pregnant when you listen to them. The audience at the scene, even if they didn't know each other before, were exchanging their thoughts. There are also some taciturn viewers who like to surf the internet and directly go to the comment area to talk. Being there, it felt good. As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted a siege. At the same time, Kurosawa Hikaru walked into the side stage of the performance area. Teacher 0 Hour, thank you for your hard work. All the staff behind the scenes bowed and saluted sincerely when they saw his return. Thank you for your hard work. There will be a second half later. Let's take a good rest first. Faced with this scene, Kurosawa Hikaru also responded enthusiastically. Ta ta ta. At this moment, a crisp sound of running high heels came. Hearing this movement, Kurosawa Hikaru looked up and saw Igarashi Runa running over. You're running so fast, what should you do if you fall? Seeing her running over to greet her immediately, Kurosawa Hikaru smiled and joked. Obviously, Runa likes flower dance very much, so she is so excited. I'm measured. When Runa Igarashi heard such teasing, she wanted to retaliate, such as saying it's not you, but she noticed the presence of others and gave up the impulse. As an aside, Cannon was once sent into space through artificial satellites as one of the achievements of human civilization. Tokyo's Most Affectionate. Author, Wodada Shuchu Wujin. Chapter 427. In the first half of the concert, the performance of 10 piano pieces impressed everyone. Twitter, YouTube, Line groups, and major social platforms were extremely lively and noisy. In fact, if Lingshi played 2 more piano pieces similar to Croatian Rhapsody in tonight's performance than in his previous performances, he would definitely satisfy the audience. If he played 4 more piano pieces, he would win applause and cheers. But if he played 6 more piano pieces, he would win everything. Applause, cheers, worship, praise and praise are all natural. What's more terrifying is that there is nothing wrong with the 10 piano pieces played by Lingshi tonight. The show-off flight of the bumblebee ignited the whole audience. The prelude was beautiful and dynamic Croatian Rhapsody. The classic work, the pinnacle of the bell. The delicate and gentle Mark of the Rain. The dreamy fairy tale, Anne's Wonderland that makes people feel like they are in a fairyland. The love letter of the new century Adelina by the Water. The best piano piece in Autumn Whispers. The ethereal, natural, romantic, and passionate dance of flowers. The beautiful dream, the broken dream, the worry-ridden wedding in the dream. The master certified, the best melody in the world canon variations. Obviously, all of them are amazing, but why are there still quarrels? This is because of the collision of preferences and thoughts. This is definitely the best piano recital in history. I dare not say that there will be no successor, because the master of 0 Hour is like the embodiment of miracles, and he may bring me more surprises. Every song is so beautiful, especially the canon variations, which touches my heart. No one knows what I have been going through during this period of time. This concert tonight brought me salvation. Although the canon variations is very nice, I still think Adeline at the Waterside is better. The Wedding in the Dream is the best. The master of 0 Hour played my dream, Hasegawa Haruna, I once dreamed of I'll spend my wedding with you. The Bells is the best. The epic feeling is not comparable to romantic piano music and pop piano music. 0 Hour master is so handsome. Adeline is so beautiful. Adeline is Adeline, who is N. Flight of the Bumblebee is the best. Is the piano so beautiful? May I ask, how long is the intermission of a piano recital? Usually about 10 minutes, no more than 15 minutes. There are so many viewers and fans watching this live broadcast, and even many passers-by who are addicted to electronic music and rock music are attracted. Tonight's music feast is so lively and the momentum is even greater. Not only the names of Japanese people, but also the audiences from various countries overseas. Because YouTube spent a huge amount of money to buy the broadcasting rights of this performance, it promoted it crazily before the performance began. Stop dating, come and watch the show. Are you booking a room? Then bring your woman to watch it. Even more, those who watched the live broadcast were completely fascinated and began to recommend it to people around them. The number of people watching the live broadcast on YouTube has exceeded 3 million. As the discussion during the intermission intensified, someone suddenly shouted backstage at the Tokyo Bunkakaikan. 3 million. Hearing this number, Igarashi Runa, who was communicating with Kurosawa Hikaru about how to arrange the second half of the performance, immediately looked back. 3 million. The staff holding the mobile phone nodded heavily. As soon as this was said, everyone present showed uncontrollable excitement on their faces. Perhaps as behind-the-scenes staff, their existence is not well known, even unknown in the industry. But practitioners often know more than outsiders. The highest record of the most live broadcast of classical music concerts on YouTube is 2.8 million. This is not a premiere record, but a live broadcast record, but it is still a new height that is difficult to surpass. But now, the first piano recital at midnight directly broke the record for many years. The meaning of such a result is exciting. Obviously, this concert has become the most watched concert in history. This is too much. Faced with such a result, even Igarashi Runa was shocked. You know, it's halftime now. Logically speaking, no matter what kind of live broadcast, the number of people will decrease during the halftime, but now it is rising unconventionally. YouTube is different from TV broadcasts. It can't be calculated by ratings. The algorithm of ratings is quite complicated. Ordinary people don't even know what that number means. In contrast, what 3 million live viewers mean is an extremely intuitive number. Perhaps the number of 3 million people is a small number compared to the global population. But in fact, the power represented by this number is extremely terrifying. 3 million. Kurosawa Hikaru, who was still wearing a mask, was a little surprised when he heard this number. You know, there are only more than 2,000 spectators at the scene, which is already a dense crowd. Even before entering, a large number of fans gathered in Ueno Park, which was a huge crowd. The number was only about 7,000. 3 million, this is not Japanese yen, but a real number of people. Is this the power of music? I don't know how many times more people follow the archery competition. There are so many people. What about the second half of the performance? At the same time, Igarashi Runa came back to her senses and suddenly felt a little at a loss. Even though she has rich experience as a gold medal agent, she has never experienced such a big scene. According to the plan just now, we will play it again according to the program list, and then interact with the audience to choose songs. Kurosawa Hikaru may also be shocked, but he still maintains his composure. But in such a short period of time, if the repetitive song list is played again, will any audience feel tired of hearing it? Igarashi Runa was discussing this matter with him just now, but considering the number of people on the live broadcast, she was worried. Repeated performances, no matter how exciting they are, will still feel boring after the novelty wears off. Just like many popular and super good songs, fans will get tired of them after listening to them a few times. The phenomenon of liking the new and hating the old is very serious in the entertainment industry. That's impossible. Concerned about this, Kurosawa shook his head. Is it impossible? Igarashi Runa felt puzzled when she heard his decisive tone. The 10 piano pieces on the repertoire are all piano pieces that you can never tire of listening to. Kurosawa Hikaru nodded and explained. The 10 piano pieces he selected are all enduring and popular for many years. It is no exaggeration to say that each of these piano songs, taken individually, has the charm that makes people play the song for many days. These songs are unsurpassed masterpieces. Under his proficient piano playing, they are even more beautiful. It is impossible for the audience to get tired of listening to them just by listening to them twice in a short period of time. You're right. After hearing this, Igarashi Runa thought about the audiovisual feast just now, and immediately calmed down. Perhaps the number of live broadcasts of 3 million people is indeed exaggerated. Maybe there are so many viewers because the 10 piano pieces played in 0 hour are so amazing. Those 10 piano songs, no matter which one they are good songs that she can listen to for several days without getting tired of them. How long until the show starts? After calming her nerves, Kurosawa asked again. 8 minutes. Igarashi Runa raised her left hand and glanced at her watch. I want to drink water. Realizing that there was still plenty of time, Kurosawa Hikaru also said. In fact, playing the piano is a physical job, and this is true for all kinds of musical instruments. Many pianists can break out into a sweat just by playing a piece of piano music. Because in the process of playing, you not only need to perfectly control your hands, feet, and limbs, but also have a high level of concentration. Even though he was very strong, playing 10 consecutive piano pieces still made him sweat a lot, and he had to rehydrate for the second half. Moreover, except for the bell and flight of the bumblebee, each of these 10 piano pieces seems to be relaxed, but actually has a part that shows off one's skills. In order to provide a better audiovisual experience, he also modified and filled in some appropriate parts based on his personal understanding of master-level piano, and added many virtuoso passages. Okay, come with me. Igarashi Runa nodded and immediately led him around to the lounge. Although this is the backstage and all our colleagues, 0 hour's true identity can be kept as long as possible. Seeing their departure, everyone couldn't help but start talking as the rightful owner left. Teacher 0 hour is so amazing. 3 million live broadcast viewers, yet still able to be so calm in the face of such a big scene. This is the difference between the master and us. Honestly, it feels so stressful to be with Teacher Zero. Yes, Teacher 0 hour wears a mask so that you can't see his expression. It's fine when he's talking, but when he's not talking, the feeling of oppression is really strong. And he's very tall. I have a feeling that Master 0 hour should look very handsome under the mask. I also think that Miss Adelina is so beautiful, and 0 hour Master is definitely not bad. Everyone seemed relieved, but more importantly, they were excited, feeling like they were participating in the ceremony and enjoying it. The internet was very lively, and the atmosphere in the large concert hall was even more heated. Master 0 hour is really talented. Miss Kinhui, your daughter is very good at choosing men. Mr. Naoki, can you get an autograph for me later? My daughter wants it. Sitting with Ninamaya's parents, The president originally accompanied his daughter to the show, but after the first half of the performance, they all turned into fans. "Okay, I'll get one for you after the show." Ninomiya, who was surrounded by people, heard this and immediately agreed. When Ninomiya Naoki heard this, he looked sideways on the spot. He didn't even say anything. Why did his wife agree to it? "Mr. Naoki, is it difficult for you to ask your son-in-law for an autograph?" Realizing that his expression was strange, the president who wanted his daughter's autograph asked immediately. "How come?" "It's very easy." Ninomiya Naoki choked when he heard this and shook his head. "If it's easy, Mr. Naoki, I also want an autograph, is that okay?" After hearing this, the dignitaries on the side also spoke. "Can?" Ninomiya Naoki looked at him, and after hesitation, he agreed. "Mr. Naoki, since everyone wants it, if I don't want it, it will seem like the 0-hour master is not charming enough. I want to." In an instant, everyone was following closely. Although Ninomiya Naoki resisted the small request from his partner, he could only agree. In fact, except for children, everyone sitting here is a human being. Some words don't need to be spoken, but just by looking at the eyes, expressions, and body movements, you can probably feel whether a person's thoughts are good or bad. They could see that the relationship between Ninomiya Naoki and his son-in-law didn't seem to be very good. That's why, out of their admiration and affection for Master 0-hour, they didn't mind helping. What's more, this is not a matter of harming others but benefiting oneself. While helping Master 0-hour, they can also get signatures, which is a win-win situation. It depends on what you do. Ninomiya looked sideways at her husband beside her and snickered secretly. After this performance, her attitude towards 0-hour has completely changed anyway. Maybe the profession of artist is indeed not good, but 0 hours is 0 hours, which is not the same concept as ordinary artists at all. What's more, she has a feeling that 0-hour will definitely be a musician and artist recorded in history in the future, and that will be a priceless treasure. After Ninomiya Naoki agreed repeatedly, he saw his wife snickering and glared at her with resentment. If she hadn't answered first, he could have pushed the signature away. At the same time, there were lively discussions everywhere in the large concert hall. Even if they didn't know each other before, now they are talking to each other when they sit together. Maybe they can use their mobile phones to discuss with everyone on the internet, but in comparison, it is more interesting to have companions at the scene. Which one do you think is the best? Sci-fi is also having a conversation with the maid in the future. Autumn whispers. Faced with her question, Sayaka Akai gave an answer after thinking about it. As a professional maid, her top priority is not her personal feelings at any time, but the feelings of her master. She could feel that the eldest lady liked the piano music Autumn Whispers more than anything else. There's no point in lying. Tell the truth. After hearing this answer, Sci-fi future was not very satisfied. Canon variations. Faced with her doubts, Sayaka Akai hesitated and then said. Each of these 10 piano pieces can be called the sound of nature, but when it comes to the most beautiful ones, she agrees with 0 hours evaluation. When she heard canon variations just now, she was completely obsessed with it and forgot all her troubles and constraints. On the other side, Yuki Ichino's was separated from everyone because she was sitting in the super VIP seat, so she could only communicate with everyone in the group chat through her mobile phone. Yuki, which one do you like best? Maybe everyone else is sitting together and can freely exchange their thoughts, but everyone in the Spice Girls group attaches great importance to her, and they all pick up their mobile phones to communicate with her. Aoi, even if canon sounds good, I still choose Adelina by the Water. Hitomi, Annie's Wonderland, I really like that tone. Blue Blue Beautiful Girl, canon variations, 0 hour master is right, this is the best music. Yamamoto, I finally understand why you worship Zero Hour so much. Hinata, Kurosawa didn't come to the show tonight. It will definitely be the decision he regrets the most in his life. Sato, don't be sarcastic, Kurosawa gave us 6 tickets, I'm afraid he really isn't interested in the piano, and he's also busy with his thesis. Hinata, this is not a sarcastic comment, I just feel sorry for him. Even if Kurosawa doesn't like piano, he will definitely like it after seeing Master Zero Hour's performance, just like Yamamoto. Music is the language of people's emotions. No one dislikes music, but they just haven't met the music they like yet. As for Miki Bayu, although he came alone, he was not lonely. She was holding her mobile phone and chatting with her friends via line. Miki, Bayu, have you watched Master Zero Hour's live broadcast? It's so good, my boyfriend even cried. I didn't watch the live broadcast. Miki Bayu thought for a while and replied. If you don't watch the live broadcast, what are you doing? Are you still at the skating rink? No, I'm at the scene. Miki Bayu looked around and told the truth. On site. Real or fake? Are you there? Did you buy a ticket? I didn't buy a ticket, someone gave it to me. Seeing her shock that could be felt through the words, Miki Bayu slightly raised the corners of his mouth and responded. Someone gave it to you. Who is so kind? Could it be a ticket given to you by a man? Don't you never accept gifts from others? Who is it? Who is it? It's a secret, I'll tell you later. Miki Shiraha thought about it and chose to conceal it in the face of her concern. You know, Senior Kurosawa is a famous person. Even if you put aside the identity of Zero Hour, the name of Kurosawa Hikaru alone is also a well-known campus celebrity in various universities in Tokyo. After all, not long ago, Senior Kurosawa's performance in the archery competition amazed countless people. Perhaps archery is not as eye-catching as piano, but as a college student, Senior Kurosawa's appearance and handsomeness have fascinated countless people. While everyone was moving, some people took the time to go to the bathroom and prepare to watch the second half. Not long after, the lights in the concert hall dimmed a little, and this signal was captured by everyone. After noticing this, those who left the venue to go to the bathroom quickly quickened their pace and returned to their seats. The second half is coming. I don't know what music will be played in the second half. I really want to listen to canon variations again. As for those who had already solved it or didn't need to go to the bathroom at all, they all began to look forward to it. Another 2 minutes passed, until the audience had almost returned to their seats. The bright concert hall fell into complete darkness again. At the same time, the spotlights lit up from the darkness. Unlike the silent appearance in the first half, Lingxi appeared directly on the side stage of the performance area this time. Seeing his reappearance, he was immediately greeted with overwhelming applause. After the performance in the first half, the audience in the audience were all impressed by his talent. On the YouTube live broadcast channel, the audience who were recommended by friends during the intermission saw Lingxi's appearance and felt novel, and expressed their feelings in the comment area. Is this Lingxi? Why is he wearing a mask? He's so weird. When Lingxi introduced his arrangement, he decided to play the songs in the first half again because of insufficient repertoire reserves, which attracted a lot of doubts. Why do you have to hold a concert if you don't have enough repertoire reserves? Play it again, it feels so perfunctory. However, even if there were strange voices, when Lingxi sat at the piano and played Flight of the Bumblebee again, such comments quickly disappeared. Is this still a human? Isn't his hand speed too fast? I suspect he has 8 hands. The audience who watched Zero Hour's performance for the first time were shocked. Even if it was not the first time for the audience to watch the performance, they would still be deeply shocked when they saw Flight of the Bumblebee again. The second half of the performance began, and Zero Hour played again according to the repertoire of the first half. Because of the experience, the audience listened to the same repertoire in the second half, and still had a refreshing new experience. With the arrival of 10 p.m., the 120-minute performance finally ended. Thank you for watching tonight's performance. At the end of the performance, Kurosawa Hikaru stood on the stage and bowed to the applause that he had heard countless times. There were more than 2,000 audiences in the audience. Among them, he didn't know many people, and even fewer people could be called by name. However, no matter what their identity, age, or gender, the audience in the audience were the same. They were all supporters who came to the scene to watch his performance. Unlike the Kyoto tournament, he only wanted to get the recognition of Shifunjayu and Shinryu alone. Before the performance, he really wanted to get the recognition of all the audience. Because everyone's recognition would benefit him a lot. Whether it was Miss Runa's career, the rise of the agency, or pulling Chizuru out of the quagmire of the bank. We are the ones who want to say thank you. Master Lingxi, tonight's performance was great, thank you. Master Lingxi, I love you. The audience who were still applauding were immediately moved by Master Lingxi's kind and sincere attitude, and they all spoke up. It's very late this time, please be careful on your way home, see you next time. The crowd was enthusiastic, and Kurosawa Hikaru stood on the stage and waved goodbye to everyone. See you next time. The time of parting will always come. After enjoying a night of music feast, the audience was extremely satisfied and waved goodbye to him. After bidding farewell to the stage, Kurosawa Hikaru returned to the backstage. It ended perfectly. The staff couldn't help cheering when they saw Lingxi's return. It's not over yet. Wait until the audience leaves safely. Don't relax. The cultural director didn't want to ruin the atmosphere, but as a co-organizer, he had to speak. Yes. Everyone took this instruction seriously. It's not over yet. Seeing this scene, Kurosawa Hikaru couldn't help but think. Everyone's work is not over yet, and so is he. The performance is over, but there is still a difficult test waiting for him. Next, he will meet with Ninomiya Chizuru's parents. Tokyo's most affectionate. Author, Wodada Shuchu Wujin. Chapter 428. At the end of the performance, the audience left their seats and walked out of the concert hall one after another. Maybe the show is over, but there is no sadness of parting. Tonight was so worth it. Walking out of the grand concert hall, Chiyukoi sighed sincerely. Next time I see Kurosawa, I will definitely thank him in person. Hinata nodded heavily, feeling the same. Tonight, no matter which piano piece is played alone, it is an audiovisual feast. 10 songs in a row, even if it is repeated again in the second half, it is still hard to get tired of listening to. Hot girls come in groups, and 7 of them leave together. At this moment, Yamamoto Daiki's height was outstanding, and he was very conspicuous even among the crowds of people. He suddenly saw a flash of white in front of him. What's wrong? As a girlfriend, Hitomi Matsushita raised her head and saw his strange color, and was immediately confused. I think I saw player Mickey. Yamamoto Daiki's eyes traced the distance, but he was still not sure. Because there are many people in front, dense and crowded. Mickey? The one who does figure skating. When Hitomi Matsushita heard this name, she immediately showed a bad look on her face. Speaking of which, it seems that Mickey also came to watch Zero Hour Master's performance last time, and he should be a fan as well. When Shianae heard this, she suddenly remembered something. Really? Why didn't you tell me about this? When Yamamoto Daiki heard this statement, he was immediately convinced and complained. Forgotten? Aoi Shiana asked, glanced at Hitomi Matsushita, and shrugged. In fact, anyone who has gone to the performance will remember seeing Mickey at the Tokyo Bunkakaikan. After all, Mickey is so beautiful. No matter where she appears, she stands out from the crowd. It is difficult to ignore her. While talking, they followed the crowd and left the Tokyo Bunkakaikan, each going back to their homes. The Tokyo Bunkakaikan covers a large area and has various rooms in addition to large and small concert halls. As the performance ended, the audience dispersed in a room backstage. The Ninomiya family sat in the room and waited. 10 minutes. Ninomiya Naoki raised his hand and looked at the time on his watch, and spoke calmly. As a banker, he has never experienced being left alone. But the current situation is different. As an elder, he wants to see his daughter's boyfriend, rather than asking for help and wanting to see the big boss. Tonight's show is over for the audience, but it's not over for the organizers yet. Hearing this, Ninomiya Chizuru, who was sitting aside, helped to explain. She could feel that her father was very angry, but she wanted to comfort him, but she didn't know where to start. Don't worry, the meeting tonight is too sudden. It's normal for people to be unable to get away for a while. Chien Ninomiya, who was drinking tea leisurely with an elegant and calm temperament, spoke out. As soon as these words came out, Ninomiya Chizuru, who was still very anxious, couldn't help but feel surprised and looked at her mother. Why does this tone sound like you are speaking for Kurosawa Hikaru? Did she understand it wrong? I'll wait another 5 minutes. If he doesn't show up, I'll go home and go to bed. Ninomiya Naoki said with a cold face. Can you sleep when you go home so early? And don't forget, you promised President Hori to help them get autographs from 0 Hour. Ninomiya Chia lowered her head and played with her fingers, and said lightly. That's what you promised. Ninomiya Naoki got angry when he heard this and said dissatisfied. He could have decided according to the situation and not agreed to other people's requests. We were all good partners and good people, so we wouldn't have fallen out over such a trivial matter. As a result, before he could even think about resigning, his wife agreed. The thing I promised was just to get an autograph from President Hori's daughter. Anyway, I'll get one later. As for the other people's autographs, you promised them all. Ninomiya Chia had long expected that he would have this move and said calmly. Ninomiya Naoki wanted to retort, but was speechless and leaned on the back of the sofa to sulk. For bankers, the most important quality is credibility, which is more important than anything else. It is no exaggeration to say that when a banker loses his credibility, his career will undoubtedly be ruined. Although this matter is different from investing, even if it is not done, it is only a small breach of trust and will not affect professional quality, but it is not necessary. Has she changed her mind? Ninomiya Chizuru, who was very skeptical just now, was suddenly convinced after hearing this, and couldn't help but be surprised. After her mother learned that her boyfriend was an artist, she scolded her. Not only that, during the day, my mother made a special trip to her office to find her, interviewed her, and clearly expressed her various objections. What happened? Is it because Kurosawa's performance tonight was so amazing that his mother was impressed? Knock knock knock. After a few minutes, there was a knock on the door. Immediately afterwards, the door was opened, and Kurosawa Hikaru, wearing a mask, walked in. Wearing a tuxedo, with a tall figure and steady steps, he turned around and closed the door. It's such a big rack, it kept us waiting for 14 minutes. When he finally arrived, Ninomiya Naoki snorted coldly. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, I'm sorry to keep you waiting for so long. I just talked with my agent about work matters for a while, and I was stopped by a fan on the way here. It took me a while to get away. Dissatisfied with this, Kurosawa Hikaru didn't mind, but took off his hat, faced the two elders, bowed his head slightly, and apologized gently. Who is your father-in-law? And when you lie, you have to be more truthful. This is the backstage. How could there be people running in? Hearing this title, Ninomiya Naoki, who was already impatient, became as aggressive as a cat with its hair exploding. Are you kidding? His daughter is not married yet, so why is he the father-in-law? Seeing her husband explode like a landmine with great force, Ninomiya sat aside without saying a word, just raised her eyes to look at the gentle 0 hour. You are right, the rest of the crowd really cannot enter the backstage, but this fan has a special status and can freely enter and exit the backstage. Kurosawa Hikaru was dissatisfied with this and was not impatient. He just walked towards Ninomiya Chizuru step by step and sat down next to her. Hearing this calm tone, Ninomiya Naoki wanted to open his mouth to ask, but he still suppressed the anger in his heart. You should be calm when things happen. If he is really concerned, he will get upset. Because this matter is related to his daughter, he can get upset so easily. How special is your identity? At this moment, Ninomiya asked curiously. She is the daughter of the Seifunjayuan family. Kurosawa Hikaru asked this question. After hesitating, he still answered. What did she stop you for? After learning this identity, Ninomiya was stunned for a moment and became confused. She asked me for an autograph and asked me some questions about the piano music. That's all. That's all. Kurosawa nodded without saying anything. Since it's the daughter of the Seifunjayuan family who's stopping you, there's really nothing we can do about it. After thinking about it, Ninomiya nodded and acknowledged the reason for his tardiness. The daughter of the Seifunjayuan family, a big shot at this level, even the congressman with whom they have the best friendship, must be treated with humility. Thank you, mother-in-law, for your understanding. Hearing this, Kurosawa Hikaru responded with a smile and raised his hand to take off his mask. Although this mask must be worn all the time in front of outsiders and fans to maintain a sense of mystery, it would be rude to continue to wear it in front of the father-in-law and mother-in-law. You. Following his movements, Ninomiya's eyes were attracted. After seeing his face after taking off the mask, she was immediately shocked and dumbfounded. Because Ling Shi's appearance exceeded her expectations. According to her impression, Ling Shi should be a mature and handsome man under 30 years old, between 28 and 29 years old. The reason why he is mature and handsome is because she knows very well how picky her daughter is. If she is average in appearance, it is simply impossible to attract her daughter based on talent and money alone. She guessed correctly, Ling Shi was indeed handsome, with extraordinary abilities. But what I didn't expect was that 0 hour looked too young. How old are you this year? Ninomiya suspected that he was over-maintained, which made him look younger than his daughter, so she couldn't help but ask. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, please allow me to introduce myself again. I am Hikaru Kurosawa. I am 20 years old. Kurosawa Hikaru's tone is very calm, and he has never changed the issue of address, just to confirm this. 20 years old. When Ninomiya heard this number, she was immediately dumbfounded. If she was really this age, wouldn't her baby daughter be 8 years older than Kurosawa Hikaru? 20 years old. Faced with this age, Ninomiya Naoki, who had chosen to remain silent from just now, raised his eyelids and spoke out. Youth has never been a quality worthy of praise in Neon. Especially for bankers, being young means lack of experience and ability to do things. The only thing worthy of praise is the potential for the future. But if you are young and have talents and advantages that far exceed your age, then it is a different matter. In an instant, scenes of 0 hour's deeds emerged before our eyes. He is famous all over the country and overseas. He has dominated the trending list on Twitter for many times. He is a piano master who is in the ascendant and even has the reputation of being the god of piano, and his piano skills that impressed everyone on the stage just now. Even if he is biased against the profession of artist, the 20-year-old piano master and genius makes it impossible to deny his value and excellence. Right. Kurosawa Hikaru knew that this father-in-law was the most difficult to deal with, so when he saw him speaking out, he also answered. 20 years old should be the age to go to college, are you still in school? Realizing that he was unusual, Ninomiya Naoki looked at him and pondered. I'm still in school, and I'm currently a second-year student majoring in economics at the University of Tokyo. Are you a student of Chizuru? When he heard about this subject and this grade, Ninomiya Naoki suddenly realized something. It was before, but not now. Kurosawa nodded and explained. Teachers and students love. When Ninomiya Chie heard this, she couldn't help it. She originally thought that the relationship between Chizuru and 0 Hour was that of a sister and brother who were 8 years apart. It was already a very special relationship. But I never expected that there would be even more exciting news. No, absolutely not, you guys should break up immediately. If this gets out, how will your father and I behave? What will others think of you? After confirming this, Ninomiya Naoki immediately found a breakthrough and resolutely stopped the marriage. Dad, I am no longer a teacher at Dongda University, but a bank employee. Strictly speaking, this is not a teacher-student relationship. Speaking of this, Ninomiya Chizuru quickly added. No matter what you say, it won't change the relationship between you and him when you met him as a teacher and student. If this matter gets out, you will be ruined. This is a matter of principle. Ninomiya Naoki naturally knew her profession, and when he saw her still quibbling, he glared. Ninomiya Chizuru wanted to refute the statement, but was speechless. Don't rush to conclusions and make things sound so ugly. At this moment, Ninomiya Chie reached out and pulled her husband back and pressed him down. What do I mean when I speak? Ninomiya Naoki had already tried his best to control his attitude and tone. Hearing this statement, he couldn't help but be shocked. Kinhee, you resigned from Tokyo University because of him, right? Immediately, Ninomiya Chie took over the conversation and asked. In fact, she has never been able to figure out why her daughter suddenly quit her job as a university teacher. You know, the profession of a teacher at Dongda University is what my daughter relies on to fight against them. Because she was worried that her daughter would be bullied, she even paid someone to inquire for information, wanting to know if her daughter had been wronged in any way. As a result, the truth came to light. Because her daughter was too young and beautiful, she had been subject to rumors for a long time at Dongda University, and she was indeed wronged. But now it seems that such rumors are not enough to hurt her daughter. Yes. Ninomiya Chizuru nodded and did not deny it. Do you really want to be with him? Chie Ninomiya put aside social issues and looked at the two people on the sofa opposite. I'd love to be with him. As the mother and daughter talked, Ninomiya Chizuru was embarrassed, but she still nodded firmly. Why can't you wait? It's obvious that if you wait a few more years, by the time he graduates, all the problems will be solved. Ninomiya Chie asked again. That's right, as long as you wait a few more years until Kurosawa Hikaru graduates, all problems will be solved. In Nihon, the teaching profession is sacred and has a high social status. The reason why teacher-student relationships are strictly prohibited is because they are worried about the existence of a relationship of interest, which may lead to possible inequality and inconsistency in the relationship. But whether it's a student graduating, a teacher resigning, relationships and positions changing, and there is no longer any intersection, that's a different story. In other words, it may be embarrassing, but Chizuru and Kurosawa Hikari actually have no problems or concerns when they are together. Because I'm worried that if I continue to wait, he will be snatched away by others. If I don't resign, I won't be able to be with him because of my status. Speaking of the reason for resigning early, Ninomiya Chizuru couldn't help but glance at Kurosawa Hikaru beside him and explained. She can be sure that her love for Kurosawa Hikaru will be long-lasting and will not change even if she waits for 2 more years. But at the beginning, she really couldn't be sure how long Kurosawa Hikaru's love for her would last. Because they had waited for a long time, because they had been to the amusement park together, traveled together, and heard his performance of Adelina by the waterside, she knew very well how deep her love for Kurosawa was. She didn't want to lose Kurosawa, so she had no choice but to take action. Because Chizuru's sudden voice disrupted the rhythm, Kurosawa Hikaru had been silent since just now and watched the discussion between the three of them. But at this moment, Kurosawa Hikaru felt the gaze of Chizuru Ninomiya, and couldn't help but feel distressed. He opened his mouth, but since his father-in-law and mother-in-law were still there, he could only give up the idea of comforting her and holding her. As for the reason why he resigned as a teacher at Dongda University, he actually knew it well, and he also felt guilty and respectful, and tried to be nice to her as much as possible. Although it was an accurate guess, it still made him feel heartbroken to hear the reason from his own words. During the period before the archery competition, Xiaoyuki and Chizuru were both afraid of losing him and took action. Xiaoyuki ran to the gate of Tokyo University and squatted there, followed him quietly and found his residence. Chizuru resigned from his job as a teacher at Tokyo University, which directly cut off the insurmountable barrier between them. There's nothing to worry about. If he is snatched away, just replace it with another one. It doesn't have to be him. Ninomiya Naoki, who was on the side, saw his daughter's humble expression, which was distressing, and he couldn't sit still. Just kidding, his daughter is so outstanding and beautiful, is she still worried about not finding a suitable husband? I can't change it. I just have to be with him. I want to marry him. I want to be with him for the rest of my life. Ninomiya Chizuru shook her head, her eyes were extremely firm even when facing her father, whom she had always been in awe of. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Tokyo's Most Affectionate. Author, Wodada Shuchu Wujin. Chapter 429. The words of confession are not so easy to say. He is so good. It has to be him. Ninomiya Naoki didn't expect his daughter to say this. Although he was shocked, he also asked with hatred. Father-in-law, I want to ask, where am I not good enough? Before Chizuru could speak, Kurosawa Hikaru finally found the opportunity to speak and took over the conversation. Do you think you are good? And don't call me father-in-law. Who is your father-in-law? Ninomiya Naoki, who was already in a bad mood, saw that he dared to block the muzzle of the gun, and immediately found an outlet. Please don't misunderstand me. This is not a provocation. I just want to be with Sister Kinhee. I want to know what shortcomings I need to improve in your mind. Compared to his impatience and anger, Kurosawa Hikaru smiled and asked for advice humbly. Just as the saying goes, you can't hit someone with a smiling face. When Naoki Ninomiya noticed that he had changed his tone, he immediately choked. If I really want to say that there are any shortcomings in this Kurosawa Hikaru, I really can't think of it at first glance. In terms of intelligence, Dongda students are also proficient in piano. Their superb piano skills have been recognized and admired by countless people. In terms of appearance, he had to admit that there was nothing wrong with this Kurosawa Hikaru in terms of figure or appearance. Do you think he's rude? But his lateness just now was not sincere. He was stopped by a big shot and couldn't get out in a short time. The choked reaction at this moment also aroused the curiosity of Ninomiya Chie. She wanted to see what shortcomings her husband could point out when facing such a good son-in-law. Other than being too carefree, he has no shortcomings. As for Ninomiya Chizuru, she looked at Kurosawa Hikari and said silently in her heart. In fact, she didn't know if this was a shortcoming. Because of her change of thinking, she can be best friends with Runa for the rest of her life. Now she is not very disgusted with the idea of philandering. Let me ask you a question. Ninomiya Naoki thought for a long time and finally spoke. Please say. When he finally spoke up, Kurosawa Hikaru decisively took the move. Will you love her forever? Ninomiya Naoki stared into his eyes and asked. I will love her forever. Kurosawa Hikaru was stunned when he heard this, and gave the answer without thinking. Such a reaction is undoubtedly a very satisfactory answer to the two women present. Do you know how long a lifetime is? You promised so easily. You are still 20 years old. Assuming you can live to 70 years old, you still have at least 50 years, which is more than 18,000 days and more than 600 months. After such a long time, do you dare to say that you will always love her? However, Ninomiya Naoki was not satisfied and continued to ask. I dare say I will always love her. Kurosawa Hikaru's attitude towards this matter did not waver. You love her so much now because she is still very beautiful, but what if it happens in 10 years? What about 20 years? What about 30 years? What about the day when she is old and golden? Whether it's 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years, I will still love her. You said that one day she will grow old, so why don't I do the same? What a beautiful answer. When Ninomiya Naoki heard these words, he looked at his unwavering, sincere, and affectionate eyes and felt his persuasiveness. Such embarrassing and disgusting words can be said so easily. No wonder his daughter is so devoted to him. At the same time, he lowered his head and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pushed out 2 cigarettes, and motioned to Kurosawa. Seeing this action, Kurosawa Hikaru stretched out his hands to take it out of politeness. Dad, he doesn't smoke. Finding it difficult for him to speak, Ninomiya Chizuru spoke up. Snapped. Ninomiya Naoki held the cigarette in his mouth, lit it with a lighter, took a deep breath, looked at Kurosawa Hikaru, and puffed away the smoke. Even if I deliberately want to find fault, I can't find any shortcomings in you. I've already thought of the reason why I still don't like you. The fire was dim. Ninomiya Naoki took a few deep puffs of cigarette and said. Why? Kurosawa Hikaru answered. You are so excellent, you can be called perfect, so perfect that it makes me feel dangerous. Ninomiya Naoki looked at him through the lingering smoke, feeling that it was smoke and mirrors. 20 years old, a student at Dongda University, a piano genius, a superstar, handsome in appearance, extraordinary in temperament, tall and stylish, with neither a humble nor overbearing personality, and absolute self-confidence in his bones. This guy is very dangerous. With the characteristics he possesses, his precious daughter is fascinated and unable to extricate herself. She even has the idea that she must be with him. Especially the matter of resigning as a teacher at Tokyo University is enough to show that Chizuru has lost her mind because of Kurosawa Hikaru. He had never seen such a perfect man, and because of this, he knew that this was definitely not everything. Danger. This statement was something Kurosawa Hikaru had not expected. He said that the reason why she resigned was because she was worried that you would be snatched away by others, and she could not wait any longer. I understand that you made her feel insecure for a while, and there were very outstanding girls around you. Ninomiya Naoki smoked a cigarette, regained his working state, organized his thoughts, and asked in a calm tone. To be honest, Kurosawa Hikaru is indeed excellent, but men understand men better. Having been in the banking industry for many years, he has met many wealthy people. Among the people he met, there were many outstanding men who first got married and then established a career, but even if they were a couple of gods and immortals, a model couple, in the end, the flowers in the house would not be as fragrant as the wild flowers. That's me. Faced with this question, Ninomiya Chizuru realized that her previous statement had caused a mistake, and she couldn't help but want to make amends. I was asking him, not you. But before she could explain, Ninomiya Naoki took on the attitude of the head of the family and spoke forcefully. You understand correctly, but I have already realized this and dispelled her sense of crisis. Kurosawa raised his head, confirmed his guess, and responded. Facts are facts. The energy required to cover up a fact is many times more difficult than admitting the fact. To dispel her concerns, your method is to tell the world that you are officially in love together. When Ninomiya Naoki saw the remedial words, he nodded in recognition, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated and he further confirmed. Right. Kurosawa Hikaru nodded again. Since you want an official announcement, why did the official announcement be about 0 Hour and Ninomiya Chizuru instead of Kurosawa Hikaru and Ninomiya Chizuru? After receiving his affirmations one after another, Ninomiya Naoki felt that he had seen the dawn of victory and couldn't help but question. He had a feeling that there was definitely a reason why Kurosawa Hikaru didn't dare to announce his relationship with his daughter. This reason is the shortcomings hidden under Kurosawa Hikaru's perfect appearance. Do you still remember what you just said? Because if everyone knows about my relationship with Sister Kinhee, she will most likely be ruined. Questioning this, Kurosawa Hikaru looked at him in surprise and explained. Ninomiya Naoki, who thought he had found the general's strategy, couldn't help but be startled when he heard this and looked at his wife beside him. You did say that. Ninomiya Chi faced his gaze and affirmed. The breakthrough that was finally found was a joke. Ninomiya Naoki's old face suddenly lost his composure, and he lowered his head and smoked a cigarette. I'm sorry. He's too concerned about Kin's affairs and he's not very polite with his words. Don't be offended. As he made a mistake, Ninomiya Chi also took over the conversation. How come? When it was his mother-in-law's turn, Kurosawa Hikaru shook his head. Perhaps the father-in-law's attitude was not polite at all, but he knew very well that he was competing for his daughter. Moreover, the reactions of people who love their daughters and those who do not love their daughters are really completely different when they see their son-in-law. This was not the case when he met the Saifunjayuan couple before. Kurosawa, do you plan to marry Chizuru? Ninomiya Chi sat elegantly, looking at Kurosawa Hikaru opposite, and finally found the opportunity to speak. Of course, my initial plan was to graduate from college. Kurosawa Hikaru saw her smiling face, but he didn't dare to take it lightly. People with bad tempers are often easier to deal with, in contrast, those who are calm are the most difficult to deal with. That means you plan to marry Kinzuru in more than 2 years. Ninomiya Chi was thoughtful when she heard this plan. The previous plan was like this, because if we wanted to be together at that time, we had to wait until we graduated from college before all the problems could be solved. Now, it depends on when Sister Kinhee wants to marry me. Kurosawa Hikaru nodded slightly and glanced at Ninomiya Chizuru beside him. Ninomiya Chizuru looked at him and didn't know whether to speak for a moment. If you want to ask her what she thinks, the sooner the better. Kurosawa, are you confident in giving Chizuru happiness? Ninomiya Chi asked again. Have. Kurosawa nodded. I'm not talking about material happiness. With your status as 0 Hour, you naturally don't have to worry about money. The biggest problem when dating an artist is privacy. The thing that the father cares about the most is actually this: Chizuru being with you means that she is also half a public figure and will receive a lot of attention. Ninomiya Chi knew that he didn't understand what she meant, so she added further. If you ask about the biggest drawback of the artist profession, it is definitely the issue of privacy. Actually, I will be a masked artist, and I don't want my life to be disturbed. Regarding this concern, please don't worry. 0 Hour Agency has a backer and has negotiated with Neon 6 major mainstream media. Finally talking about this, Kurosawa Hikaru said decisively. What was agreed upon? Hearing this, Ninomiya Chi pretended not to know. As long as the artists involved in 0 Hour Agency have any negative news, they will not report it indiscriminately, nor will they make it up out of thin air. In addition, The 6 major media outlets strictly prohibit their reporters from privately tracking relevant personnel of Zero-Hour firm and reporting on privacy and other issues. To put it simply, no reporter will come to interview us without the permission of his superiors, nor will he follow us privately. In order to face this problem, Kurosawa Hikaru even called brother Shinichi to ask for clarification. Can we still talk like this? After learning about this, Ninomiya Naoki couldn't help but said. It's not like he has never dealt with the journalism industry. How much energy does it take to be able to negotiate like this with the 6 major mainstream media? Who is the backer of Zero-Hour agency? After learning about this specific regulation, Ninomiya Chiya asked again. His name is Sato Shinichi. I wonder if you have heard of his name. Kurosawa Hikaru could tell that his mother-in-law was very interested in his background and did not hide it, telling him his name truthfully. Upon hearing this name, the Ninomiya couple looked at each other and wanted to ask each other if they had any impressions. However, the two people looked at each other with no impression. I've never heard of it. What's his relationship with you? After thinking about it, Chiya Ninomiya secretly wrote down the name and asked out of curiosity. He is my friend. Kurosawa Hikaru was a little surprised to find that they had no impression at all, but he still said. Friend. You can say we are good friends. I have a good relationship with him. I call him brother. What is his identity? He can talk to the 6 major neon mainstream media outlets. He is a 9th Dan Master of Neon Kyoto. When others see him, they will respectfully call him Sato 9th Dan. Master of Archery. Knowing the origin, Ninomiya Chiya nodded. Name, plus identity. With these 2 pieces of information, it's easy to hear. Since there is no issue of privacy being disturbed, I have no problem with it. Immediately afterwards, Ninomiya Chiya also continued. You mean no objection? Hearing this statement, Ninomiya Chizuru's heart skipped a beat and she couldn't help but ask. I support and agree with your relationship and will not stop you anymore. After all was said and done, Ninomiya Chiya simply followed her wishes. Although what my husband said was reasonable, for example, Kurosawa Hikaru was so perfect that it made people feel dangerous. But she could see that Kurosawa Hikaru was indeed excellent, and her daughter's feelings for him were genuine. What's more, her daughter's biggest privacy issue with Kurosawa Hikaru has been resolved, so there is no need for her to stop it. Hearing these words, Ninomiya Chizuru looked at Kurosawa Hikari next to her in surprise, feeling extremely excited. But the title of mother-in-law is still a little early. Let's wait until the day you get married. Seeing her daughter's dissatisfied look, Ninomiya Chiya changed the topic again and said dissatisfied. Then what should I call you to? Kurosawa Hikaru didn't mind this approach of having a handful of sweet dates and a stick, but asked actively. Obviously, the mother-in-law has passed this test. Just call me uncle and aunt normally. Seeing their happy faces, Ninomiya Chiya smiled tenderly. It's hard to hide how you like someone. As a woman, she knew very well how deep Chizuru's love for Kurosawa Hikaru was. In addition, Kurosawa Hikaru's love for Chizuru is very real. No matter what happens in the future, they are very suitable and happy at this moment. Uncle and aunt. Kurosawa Hikaru shouted cooperatively. At this point in the conversation, it was difficult for Naoki Ninomiya to say anything because of his wife's statement. Compared with the title of father-in-law, the title of uncle made him feel slightly better. By the way, Kurosawa, my friend wants to get an autograph from you, can you help? Seeing her husband's depressed look, Ninomiya Chiya thought for a while and said. Sure. Kurosawa Hikaru heard this request and agreed without hesitation. Everyone has agreed to let their daughter date you, so signing your name is a piece of cake. If possible, I would also like an autograph. You play the piano so beautifully. With his consent, Ninomiya Chiya opened her bag, took out a small notepad and pen, and handed them to him. Thank you for the compliment. I wonder which song Auntie thinks is the best. The serious and heavy situation was swept away by her words of praise, and turned into a happy and relaxed state. Kurosawa Hikaru did not forget to ask as he took the paper. Adelina by the waterside, I can feel your love for Kinzuru from this song. I like this piece too. Kurosawa Hikaru smiled. If it is said that Canon Concerto is the most beautiful piano music in his memory. Adelina by the Water was the divine song that forced him to listen to piano music for the first time. You're so good at writing, have you ever practiced calligraphy? Soon, Ninomiya took the pen and paper he handed back, took a look at it, and couldn't help but praise it. This is not a random boast on her part, but the handwriting written by Hikaru Kurosawa is really beautiful. It's hard to describe how beautiful it is, it just makes people feel beautiful at a glance. No, but I have studied painting and have more experience in controlling lines. Kurosawa shook his head. Because he has been immersed in learning since he was a child, his handwriting is inherently beautiful. Since he acquired the skill of painting, his brush work has improved by 2 levels subtly. Kurosawa, let's meet here first. It's a bit late. We should go home and rest. I'm going to meet you after your performance. I'm causing trouble to you. I'll find a free time next time to talk more. Yes. After putting the signature away, Ninomiya said. It didn't cause any trouble. On the contrary, you made a special trip here, which made me feel a little bit sorry. I originally wanted to wait until I finished the performance before visiting. Kurosawa Hikaru was in a good mood. He had a feeling that the pressure from his mother-in-law had disappeared. As for the father-in-law, if he fights alone, he will win sooner or later, so there is no need to rush. Chiat. Seeing his wife standing up and preparing to leave, Ninomiya Naoki couldn't sit still. What's wrong? Ninomiya turned back to look at him, pretending not to understand. Seeing her pretending not to know, Ninomiya Naoki rolled his eyes. Having slept together and even fought side by side for so many years, the relationship between them as a couple was incomparable. By the way, Kurosawa, your uncle's friend asked him to get 8 autographs from you. Can you help? Finding that he couldn't pull off his old face, Ninomiya did not continue to embarrass him, but looked at Kurosawa Hikaru again. Okay. Kurosawa Hikaru didn't want to cause trouble for his father-in-law, so he was very cooperative. Uncle, it's done. Soon, Kurosawa Hikaru finished signing 8 signatures and handed them to Ninomiya Naoki. I also want an autograph. Seeing the pen and paper he handed back, Ninomiya Naoki, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly said. Hearing this request, Kurosawa Hikaru gave him a strange look. I have a friend who didn't come to the scene, and he is also a fan of yours. After he glanced at it, Ninomiya Naoki quickly explained. Good. Hikaru Kurosawa didn't ask much about his arrangements, and just signed his autograph with the word 0 hour for him again. He wants to marry someone else's daughter, let alone a few signatures. As long as he can marry he will agree even if it requires hundreds of millions in betrothal gifts. Soon, Ninomiya Naoki successfully got 9 signatures. He felt relieved and stood up. Although what happened tonight was not very pleasant for him, at least what he promised his friends was accomplished. Uncle and aunt, be careful along the way. Seeing their actions, Kurosawa Hikaru also said goodbye warmly. Mom and Dad, be careful along the way. Ninomiya Chizuru stood up and waved as well. Ninomiya Naoki, who was just in a good mood, was startled when he saw his daughter standing next to Kurosawa Hikaru and waving to him, with no intention of following her. What's the situation? What time is it now? Shouldn't my daughter go home with them? Although they separated long ago after their daughter went to college. Could it be that Chizuru isn't planning to go home yet? Is she planning to go home with Kurosawa Hikaru? Bye-bye. When Chien Inomiya saw her daughter's position and plans, she didn't say much. She just smiled and took her husband's arm. After saying goodbye, she pulled him out. After leaving the lounge, the couple opened the door and walked out. Okay, don't be angry. Wouldn't it be nice for Kins to find a suitable husband? Moreover, the thing that worries you the most has been solved, and her life will not be disturbed too much. On the way to the backstage passage, Ninomiya Chie held her husband's arm and walked together. Seeing his depressed look, she also enlightened him. Why is it solved? The thing that bothers me most is that Kins loves him more than he loves Kins. Ninomiya Naoki glared at her, not agreeing with this statement at all. Is that because of this? Ninomiya Kinhui was stunned when she heard the words, recalling everything that happened tonight. She seemed to have some enlightenment. What pisses me off the most is that we can't control that guy. If he were from a bank, he would never dare to bully Kinzuru as long as I am still breathing. When the couple was talking alone, Ninomiya Naoki was not afraid to speak and spoke frankly. I hope he can cherish Chizuru. After finally hearing his true feelings, Ninomiya Chie couldn't help but say after thinking about it. In fact, the reason why they want Kinzuru to work in a bank is because of this consideration. As long as they are still at Juyi Bank, their daughters will never be bullied by others. But the current situation is completely out of their control. Let me tell you, a man is very mean. He will always cherish the woman he loves, but as soon as the woman who loves him gets too fresh, he will fall in love with her. Ninomiya Naoki is very worried about her daughter's situation. How about you? After hearing these remarks, Ninomiya Chie couldn't help but ask. What do you think? Do you think you love me more, or I love you more? Look at the good things you did tonight. Have I ever done anything to embarrass you? Ninomiya Naoki glared at her and said dissatisfied. It's not too embarrassing to ask your son-in-law for a few autographs, right? And I helped you in the end. When Ninomiya Chie heard this, she immediately let go of his hand and said dissatisfied. That's true. Seeing that she was a little unhappy, Ninomiya Naoki realized that what he said was too harsh, so he immediately took her arm and re-engaged it, preventing her from letting go. Tokyo's Most Affectionate. Author, Wodada Shuchu Wujin. Chapter 430. It's over. As the Ninomiya couple left, Kurosawa Hikaru, who stayed in the lounge, felt relieved and sat down on the sofa. Is it that painful to meet my parents? Ninomiya Chizuru couldn't help but said when she saw him like this. It was actually quite relaxing to meet your parents, mainly because I was so tired from the performance. Kurosawa Hikaru shook his head and couldn't help but stretch. That's good. Ninomiya Chizuru secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he didn't think that way. It would be really difficult if Kurosawa didn't get along with her parents. I really didn't expect them to agree so easily. Immediately, Ninomiya Chizuru remembered what happened just now, sat down, and couldn't help but sigh. Due to previous experiences, and the situation where her parents called her or even went to her office to persuade her to break up after they learned that she was with Lingxi. She obviously felt that something was wrong, but during the actual contact tonight, she found that her parents' behavior was not as scary as expected, but rather extremely relaxed. Yes. Seeing her relax, Kurosawa smiled. In fact, tonight's result was not achieved easily. Because Ninomiya Naoki, the father-in-law, as a bank executive, a business elite, and even as a father, gives people a strong sense of oppression. However, his overall value is too high. As a son-in-law, it is really difficult to find fault with him. And tonight is his home field, he just finished a wonderful performance. What's more, Chizuru's feelings for him are obvious. Maybe Neon doesn't say that he would rather demolish 10 temples than ruin one marriage, but when a father sees his daughter like this and really can't find fault with his son-in-law, what can he do? Sister, can he, does this matter pass the test? Kurosawa Hikaru asked as his mind changed. It should count. Ninomiya Chizuru carefully thought about the situation just now and nodded. Although her parents don't allow people to call her father-in-law and mother-in-law directly, they probably won't persuade her to break up with Kurosawa anymore. Is there any reward? Kurosawa Hikaru naturally knew this result and asked immediately after receiving her affirmation. Award. Ninomiya-kun was stunned when she heard this and looked sideways at him. I performed so well, satisfied my uncle and aunt, and solved your troubles. Why don't you reward me? Kurosawa Hikaru nodded slightly and said matter-of-factly. In a couple relationship, although it is not suitable to divide things in detail, in terms of rewards and punishments, you can be more detailed, which is more conducive to the development and warming of the relationship. In fact, punishment is not important, the key is reward. Rewards serve as an excuse to give people a reason to put down their reserve and do something. Then what reward do you want? Ninomiya Chizuru's cherry lips pursed slightly, her heartbeat speeding up a bit as she looked at his fawning look. Does he want me to kiss him? But we've kissed so many times, it's no longer considered a reward. What is the reward that goes further than kiss? That's up to you to decide. Kurosawa Hikaru looked into her trembling beautiful eyes and smiled. Ever since the archery competition, he and Chizuru haven't had such a good atmosphere for a long time. Perhaps during the period from the Cold War to the reconciliation, they also kissed, held hands, and hugged, but the heart-pounding atmosphere was still not the same as before. I don't know, you decide. Ninomiya Chizuru, who had little experience in love, shook her head. Shall I decide? Kurosawa Hikaru found that she was shy and reserved, and after thinking thoughtfully, he confirmed. Ninomiya Chizuru nodded. No matter what request I make, you will agree. Seeing that she was clearly like a royal sister, but yet she looked shy and innocent at critical moments, Kurosawa Hikaru was really fascinated by her sense of contrast and confirmed again. Maybe Xiaoyuki is also very cute, but should I say it or not, Chizuru-san in this state is definitely the cutest in the world. Ninomiya Chizuru nodded again. Let me think about it. Finding that she didn't even realize that she was buried in a trap, Kurosawa Hikaru naturally couldn't remind her, but looked at her. Chizuru was actually dressed up tonight, maybe she didn't wear any special evening dress, but her blue and white gradient dress was really beautiful. The gentle and elegant color of her clothes made her cool, mature, and delicate face look extremely beautiful. A pair of rimless glasses adds a sense of abstinence to her intellectual and noble aura. Under the hem of the skirt, her calves were very white and soft. Being looked at from top to bottom, Ninomiya Chizuru's face couldn't help but feel hot. Because she has been beautiful since she was a child, she has long been used to being stared at. She won't pay attention to ordinary glances, but if others keep staring and cause trouble to her, she will speak out to stop them. However, being stared at by Kurosawa Hikaru did not bother her, but made her feel nervous anticipation and a little shy. What kind of demands would Kurosawa make? It should be a slightly excessive request, right? One step further than kiss. Let me hold you for a while. Finally, Kurosawa Hikaru withdrew his gaze and thought of the answer. Cuddle for a while. Ninomiya Chizuru was mentally prepared, but she didn't expect it to be like this. Isn't this too simple? Sit in my arms and let me hold you for a while. Seeing her surprise, Kurosawa Hikaru sat on the sofa, patted his thigh and motioned for her to sit over. The guess was inconsistent with the reality, and Ninomiya Chizuru felt a gap in her heart. She was very confused, but she did as he was told. She stood up and walked in front of him, then turned around and sat on his lap, arms folded around the back of his neck. Wrong posture. With the beauty in his arms, Kurosawa Hikaru glanced at her and reminded her. What's wrong? Ninomiya Chizuru didn't understand very well. Didn't he sit in his arms? Sit like a duck, facing me. Hikaru Kurosawa directed her. Good. Ninomiya Chizuru was not wary because Kurosawa's request was too simple, just a hug, which was completely trivial compared to kiss. She changed her position so that she was facing Kurosawa Hikari, sitting like a duck in his arms. Is that so? Sitting in his arms and looking down at Kurosawa Hikaru, Ninomiya Chizuru confirmed. Right, that is it. Kurosawa raised his head slightly and saw her smooth and bright long hair hanging down. On her delicate and beautiful face, her beautiful eyes behind rimless glasses looked at him, feeling excited and happy. It was exactly as he guessed, unlike Xiaoyuki who was so small, Chizuru was very tall, and the feeling of sitting in his arms was completely different. The most important thing is that although Kinhee is relatively young in love, her iceberg temperament is unparalleled. Is this enough? Ninomiya Chizuru was still a little behind. She had expected Kurosawa to make some excessive demands. However, her personality is relatively reserved and restrained. Even if she expected Kurosawa to make more excessive demands, she could not express them. This is not enough. I still need to hold you for a while. Kurosawa nodded, stretched out his arms around her waist, and helped her sit firmly. Being helped by him to sit firmly, Ninomiya Chizuru was suddenly startled, reacted, and glanced down. No matter how unguarded she is, she thinks that hugging is nothing between lovers, but isn't this gesture too intimate? And this time the hug was different from the previous embrace. She was completely sitting in Kurosawa Hikari's arms. The most important thing is that the hug in this position is completely different from the ordinary hug. They seem to be tightly attached to each other at this moment. Even if she has no experience in love, she is a top student after all, and Neon has complete health and sports information. It would be silly not to know the situation. I want to hug you. Seeing a blush flying on her face, Kurosawa Hikaru realized that she had come to her senses and tested her attitude with a warning tone. If Chizuru doesn't like it, he can stop there. Ninomiya Chizuru realized that his hug this time was not simple at all, but the result of careful planning. Although she was a little shy, she still nodded. With her consent, Kurosawa Hikaru held her waist, pulled her close, and gently rested his head on her shoulder. Smell good. Feeling the tender skin on her neck and the tickling sensation caused by the strands of hair, Kurosawa took a deep breath and smelled her charming fragrance, feeling that all the fatigue accumulated today had been swept away. In fact, he was very tired today, because he had been too busy before, so after he went to the office, he worked hard for tonight's performance. Playing the piano is not as easy as it seems on the surface. Playing more than 20 piano pieces in succession is a great test for your brain, physical strength, and mentality. He was actually quite afraid of meeting his parents because Kinhee had demonized his father-in-law and mother-in-law too much, and he had made a lot of efforts to do so. Having said that, no matter how much effort you put in, it is all worth it if you can win the applause of the whole house and the beauty in your arms. Just the shoulder. Ninomiya Chizuru felt his movements, and looked at him sideways with some shyness and some surprise. Because of her posture and position, her chest was facing Kurosawa. She originally thought that Kurosawa's ultimate purpose of hugging her was to bury her breasts, but she misjudged it again. Sister Kinhee, please hug me too. Nephrite was warm and fragrant. Kurosawa Hikaru felt her lightness and beauty. He found that her movements were sluggish, as if she didn't know what to do, so he demanded. Good. Seeing how satisfied he was just holding her, Ninomiya Chizuru realized that she had wrongly blamed him, and she couldn't help but feel tenderness in her heart. A pair of jade arms climbed up his back and hugged him gently. Hearing her gentle response, Kurosawa couldn't help but raise his eyes slightly and look at her side face. This good word is reassuring and full of pampering and tenderness. After being stunned, Kurosawa Hikaru buried his head on her shoulder again, immersed in the gentle land. This hug made him feel like Chizuru was finally back by his side. This feeling cannot be achieved with a kiss or other requests. How can you be so cute? Ninomiya Chizuru couldn't help but think when she saw him burying his head on his shoulder again after being stunned. Although this bad guy always lied to her, she never cared. Because if someone cheats you once, it's their fault, but if someone cheats you twice, it's your fault. Even if some of the things Kurosawa did made her feel sad, she knew very well that the joy and happiness that Kurosawa brought to her was unparalleled and unique. Moreover, Kurosawa was very patient, gentle, and gentleman when he got along with her. He was very cautious when he wanted to hold hands with her. She could feel that Kurosawa liked her not only because of her appearance, but also because of her as a person. Sister, can I want to kiss you, is that okay? Enjoying the fact that she existed beside him, after hugging him for a while, Kurosawa no longer buried his head on her shoulder, but said, "As a young, energetic, and handsome young man, it is impossible to be satisfied with just a hug from a beautiful woman in his arms." Of course. Chizuru Ninomiya was a little amused when she found out that he was still asking. Not to mention kissing her, even if Kurosawa wanted to do something excessive to her, she would be happy to do so. With her consent, Kurosawa turned his head slightly, opened his lips slightly, and kissed her slender and white neck like a white swan. This unexpected kiss made Ninomiya Chizuru's body tense up, and the hands holding his back subconsciously exerted force. Feeling her subconscious reaction, Kurosawa's movements became more gentle, and he kissed her neck lightly, one mouth after another. Why kiss the neck? Ninomiya Chizuru felt that every kiss would bring a wave of scalding heat, spreading from her neck to her whole body, because this strange feeling was so comfortable that she couldn't hold it any longer and wanted to stop. However, Kurosawa Hikaru didn't make a sound and just continued to kiss her neck gently. After many days, he finally had a chance to be alone together. He didn't want to ruin the hard-won atmosphere by talking. What's more, there is a fragrance on Kinzuru's body. I don't know if it's the smell of shampoo, shower gel, or body fragrance. The feeling of kissing her neck is really comfortable. Finding that he refused to stop, Ninomiya Chizuru was a little embarrassed and glanced at Kurosawa Hikaru's neck. She also wanted to fight back, but was limited by her position and had no choice but to hug him. Ninomiya Chizuru endured it for a long time, but still couldn't hold it back and let out a low groan. Two hot hearts came together. In the silent room, the sound of accelerated heartbeats overshadowed everything else, making people forget about time. Knock knock knock. I don't know how much time passed, but a knock on the door broke the time between the two of them. 0 hour, it's time to go. A familiar voice sounded outside the door, that was Igarashi Runa. Hearing this news, Kurosawa Hikaru and Ninomiya Chizuru both woke up from a dream. Kurosawa Hikaru came back to his senses, raised his head and saw Ninomiya Chizuru's body slumped down, leaning on his shoulder. All right. Seeing her blushing face, Kurosawa was very satisfied and whispered. Hashtag hashtag hashtag. Hearing his teasing laughter, Ninomiya Chizuru immediately became anxious, opened her mouth and bit his shoulder. Ouch! After being bitten by her, Kurosawa Hikaru screamed hastily. Did the bite hurt you? Chizuru Ninomiya, who was about to bite him hard and was discouraged, immediately stopped her strength when she heard his cry of pain. No. Seeing her expression change from fierce and angry to concerned and regretful, Kurosawa Hikaru moved forward, kissed her on the lips, and shook his head. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded, Task Progress Update, kiss 10 times number of times 1/10. So bad. Realizing that he was deliberately scaring her, Ninomiya Chizuru couldn't help but hit him and complained. This bad guy has bullied himself for so long, and even if he wants to bully him even once, it's time to get up. Facing her coquettishness, Kurosawa smiled and patted her butt gently. Didn't you get up early? At this moment, Ninomiya Chizuru, whose resentment was still lingering, rolled her eyes at him, twisted her waist but did not get up. When she sat on her lap and twisted her waist, Kurosawa Hikaru felt as if his whole body was about to ascend to the sky. Then he came back to his senses and looked at her in surprise. Did he hear wrongly? Chizuru, who has always been intellectual and elegant, aloof and reserved, would actually say such a thing. And that twist of the waist and that roll of the eyes are too terrible, right? Looking at his hot gaze, Ninomiya Chizuru looked embarrassed, and then stood up immediately. She turned around and fiddled with her hair to avoid being noticed by Runa later. Seeing her silence, Kurosawa didn't criticize her and just stood up. Coming. After calming down a little, Kurosawa Hikaru picked up the mask on the table, put it on his face again, and said loudly after Chizuru tidied up his appearance. Immediately, he walked to the door and opened it. Sorry, please continue. Igarashi Runa stood at the door and took a look at the situation in the room, as well as Chizuru, whose pretty face was still blushing and her hair was a bit messy. She suddenly realized that she had come at the wrong time, and her body froze and she said immediately. She finished the final work of the performance at the hall. Because she didn't get a reply after sending a message, she thought Kurosawa was still talking to his uncle and aunt, and the matter was not over yet, so she decided to help. Unexpectedly, the uncle and aunt left at some point and Kurosawa and Chizuru were in a sweet world of two. Continue what? Ninomiya Chizuru had arranged her clothes. After hearing her words, she fiddled with her hair, pretended to be calm, and asked as if she didn't understand. The hall is about to close, and the fans and audiences are almost gone. Let's go. Seeing that she was still stubborn despite the solid evidence, Igarashi Runa glanced at her, but didn't expose her, just said. Okay, let's go. Kurosawa Hikaru nodded and followed her. Because they didn't bring too many things and didn't need to pack, Kurosawa Hikaru and Ninomiya Chizuru followed her and left the hall. Along the way, Igarashi Runa looked back at them. Kurosawa Hikaru, wearing a tuxedo, a gentleman's hat, and a mask covering his face, had a tall and slender figure, mysterious and elegant. Wearing a dress, without heavy makeup, Chizuru was already beautiful beyond description, elegant and intellectual. What are you doing? Because the strange look she gave her when she looked back was embarrassing, Ninomiya Chizuru couldn't hold back and scolded. I just think you two are really a good match when you walk together. Igarashi Runa found that she had misunderstood, shook her head and explained. This is what she really said. For some reason, compared to before, Kurosawa Hikaru and Chizuru felt particularly well matched tonight. If she guessed correctly, tonight's performance and meeting the parents made their feelings and relationship develop further. Recommend a book written by a friend. If you are interested, you can take a look. The Girl Next Door Becomes a Cat. Introduction. I don't know when it started, Suzuki Mamoru discovered that he had an ability. Observe, describe, copy. Observe each other, inseparable, describe characteristics, outline the shape, and then, copy and start. After observing the girl next door for nearly a month, Suzuki Mamoru obtained the other's ability, the ability to turn into a cat. So. Meow. Meow. Two cats that clearly host human souls met like this.